Hello, Aries, Sun, Moon, Rising, and Venus. What's up? This is a new week, July 20th through the 26th. Let's get an oracle first, and then the energy and all the goodies for the week. All right, raindrops. Take a chance on them. I love this card. I love this deck. I haven't seen this deck in forever. All right. So take a chance on somebody. This could be the week. I always say that, but any day can be the day. The week coming in, somebody here has got some interest in you. Maybe you're afraid to trust others, and it could even be a friend. And do I want to take another chance, even if it is a second chance? Some of you, we just went through the new moon, and maybe something became clear last week around relationships, right? And the one thing you can always trust is that you can trust yourself, right? Now, I'm not saying it's a green light go for somebody that just does not deserve your attention, especially if this is somebody that comes in and makes some sort of promise. So you're really going to have to use discernment here when it comes to some of your situations. And I'm seeing here that somebody here really wants to be close to you, wants to get into your inner circle, and wants to take a chance on you as well. And I do see some clearing up, even though it's raindrops, the rain is pouring, but some good stuff. Maybe a lot of you have been dealing with some home issues, family issues, finance issues. You can see that there is support coming in around you, and things are starting to clear up, and you are getting ready, your sign, to move into a position where the Leo transits are going to be hitting your house of romance. So maybe this is where it's starting to come together for you. So let's take a look at the energy of the week with tarot. I reference a lot of astrology on this Sunday's read-in. Mainly I pull cards, but the astrology does influence it as well. You have 39 for a number here, which is 12, which is 3. 3, 6, 9. Just throwing some numbers out there for you. All right. Page of Swords here at the bottom of the deck. So we're seeing some message trying to come through for you this week. Somebody trying to be seen and heard. Somebody may be thinking about what to say. A lot of question of things too, so be mindful. Mercury will be going direct in station, so sometimes during that time period, it can feel a little bit like still like the retrograde just wants to get that last little nugget in there for you. I gotta really screw something up, so still, focus, make sure you're reading everything, getting all the information this week. There could be some restless energy going on around you as well too, or somebody here kind of trying to say something to you. And if messages are still delayed, just know that this is saying that somebody could be trying to really figure out the right way to put something, or a message you thought it got sent and the person didn't receive it yet. So little glitches like that can happen in this energy. 10 of Swords. So the good news is the difficult part is over. Some of us are dealing very well with this energy, and some people are having a really difficult time. So depending on which side of the lane you are on right now, I'm happy if you're having the best time ever. But some people are going through, a difficult period, but this is where the fog is clearing up. This is where you're getting conclusions to conversations. And if you've been dealing with especially any kind of home situations, this is where, things are going to, again, somebody may be coming in to support you, to help you move along and help you make a decision, a very important decision when it comes to housing a home situation. And it could be just something along the lines of conversation on refinancing and things like that. Maybe you didn't know what you wanted, and things have become, last week things should have became pretty clear on either what the problem was or what we need to do. Now this week we're clearing things up and signing and moving on. So embrace the change that is coming in for you. Any challenges this week? Now, this card can be tricky because sometimes there are not any challenges, but this card will show if there is any, be mindful of it. Now, Saturn is in your sign and it is going to station to go retrograde. Now, this can affect you in a lot of ways, right? You could get in your head, right, with this, right? Feel indecisive again, or be something coming up for you again. I'm not sure, I'm trying to figure something out, or I could get in your head again, or start thinking about your past. So your challenge this week is not to let your joy be taken from you by something that's already been finished, right? And also the other thing too is staying focused on the bigger picture. Right? That may be a challenge for you. Why am I even doing this? Why is this even happening? And staying positive about the bigger picture. All right. And maybe you can't figure it all out right now, but this is where the Queen of Swords can start overstressing or overanalyzing, because I can't figure it out and I need to have it figured out before I do anything else. And we're going into this energy where it's Leo energy. It's going to be lighten things up, and Jupiter's there too, which is expand and joy, right? So some things can be put aside, all right? Not this week, right? The assignment is to not get in your head and not focus on your past or your difficult problems. It's time to have a little bit of fun. So you got the ticket to have fun. Now, your other challenge this week could be a person. There's somebody of air quality, or somebody that, I'm going to say this, but it could be somebody that's just being really sharp with the tongue, really kind of cold, really kind of bitchy. It could be a friend, could be an employee or a coworker. Could be an ex. It could be somebody that just, still has some resentment or bitterness. And that could also be you, right? We all have that quality, right? So it's just this, be mindful that sometimes the past could be making you a little bit cold-hearted, right? And, it's probably, something happened to you, and it's probably why you're being like this. So if that's the case, just be mindful that somebody here around you is trying to get close to you, and they may be misreading you. But I feel like it could be other people around you, but we will look at how others show up. Now, what to watch for when it comes to love, and this card here is what I'll reference this, and the next one I'll reference for Aries through Pisces. All right. So the Strength card here, maybe there's a couple things to watch out for in love. Right, because your romance house is opening up. And so this is a really good time for you to meet somebody, connect with somebody who maybe helps you heal, maybe helps you see life a little bit better during a difficult time, especially if you're going through, you just gone through a breakup or something, right? So this here is showing that you could possibly come off a little bit guarded or strong, right? Strong-willed, protective of yourself, and with all due right, it's the way coming from this. Of course, you're going to be this, right? This is Leo energy, which is also afraid to be vulnerable, afraid to soften up, and there could be some surprises in love, but you might be, I got to hold it together. I got to hold back. I don't want anybody to see how vulnerable I am. But on the same thing too, this is strength, and this is being able to work through any kind of problems through compassion and gentleness when it comes to a relationship. So this is going to soften up anything that might be happening with somebody in your life here, right? It's like, can we find a different approach? Can we open up, allow ourselves? Can we give that second chance that this is talking about? Are we able to give a second chance, but also able to soften up a little bit so that we're not afraid, or we're kind of micromanaging or being, bitter a little bit, right? So that can happen too, especially if you're reconciling with somebody, afraid to open up your heart. Now, in life in general, the moon card. All right. So you are dealing with some changes, right? This is your environment. This is your home. You know, this is a lot of things have been shifting, and maybe you can't see everything clearly. Maybe you had a vision, but now something is changing, you know, especially if you've gone through a breakup. This vision that you may have had with the moon card, now it's blurry. Now it's been foggy. But the good news is that's what's kind of changing for you in life right now. Like, you might not have all the answers just yet, so don't make extreme decisions during this kind of weather. But this also shows a reveal, right? So this week, actually, the clarity from this moon, from the uncertainty, can actually start to show up for you and maybe start to feel a little bit more settled. But there's still a lot more going on behind the scenes when it comes to your life, and the things that are going on, the things that are shifting. And, you know, God has a plan. So when the moon card comes in, so the major arcana, things are out of our hand, you know, to some extent. We can only control our reactions to things, especially when things are really uncertain. And we tend to jump the gun and want to take care of things before anything happens, right? So we want to be prepared. And in this kind of energy, you can't always be prepared, right? So let's see what's the good coming. That's what I was going to do next. The good coming, the good coming. Oh, the Tower card. Right. So that's a rare thing, right? What's this good coming into your life? Something unexpected. And this is where, you know, something good. Maybe there was a blessing coming in. If some of you are dealing with a complete breakup, that could be a really good thing for some of you. You know, this is where, you know, God points his finger, you know, and says something is not stable for you. You're starting to see. Now, I'm going to soften this up a little bit and I will clarify it. But Saturn going retrograde in your life is going to be a breaking down of what's not really stable from the foundation. That's what Saturn does. So if there's anything in your life this week that you're trying to build upon and you are just making it work, but you're ignoring some of the foundation, you know, the storm's going to blow it over this week. Saturn's going to come in and say, time to clean it up. But it's a blessing for you, it seems like, because it is clearing things up for you for something good coming into your life with this new romance. So let's clear what this is, because the Tower can be an awakening. It can be, I saw this coming, I just didn't want to do it, and now it's happening, and now it hurts still, or it's kind of scary. It's change, unavoidable change. But at the same time, there may be a part of you that feels very relieved that this is actually happening. So I see the Ace of Swords. So there's some news coming your way here that could shake up your foundation this week. And know, though, that with the Ten of Swords, and I'm not trying to sugarcoat this, the Ten of Swords, the difficult part is already over, but now immediately it looks like there's some news coming in, and there's a clear start coming in for you. So this could even be an invitation, a new person, right? Something that lights you up for the first time. All right. This is good news. All right. This might not feel good. This is good news. So it's almost like immediately as you're going through something, you're resolving something is saying here, all right, this will make you feel better. All right, now how others show up with you. I see the Two of Wands. All right, so I do see somebody trying to, you know, it looks like you're trying to clear up something, and it looks like somebody trying to come in and reach out to you. So somebody wants to get together. There could be somebody here that wants to hang out with you. You may get an invitation this week. Somebody finally communicates and it looks playful. It looks like you got my attention. It looks like I want to move forward and I want to do something with you. So you could be making some travel plans with somebody who's wanting to connect with you. Now, this can also be other people around you that are kind of hesitant around you as well. So if you feel some hesitancy with people, they could be reading you. Remember, the Strength card is showing that you're kind of coming off either very guarded, or I'm going to say it, some of you could be coming off unhinged. You know what I mean? You have two possibilities here. You know, you might be like, I can't right now, you know, but whatever it is, I am seeing here that you have people that want to connect with you this week. All right. So what do you do with all this? What I see the King of Pentacles. All right. The best thing I can say this week is you might be dealing or have been continuously dealing with some matters in your private life that haven't been comfortable. All right, but you are being asked here to ground in this week and take some things seriously when it comes to the important things in your life. Because if you have been building something and it hasn't been meeting your needs and it has no value, it's being stripped from your life right now. And it might seem very uncomfortable, but the outcome with the King of Pentacles showing up here, it's putting you on a path of abundance. Now let's look at Aries through Pisces, because I'm seeing, first of all, I am seeing a Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn. I'm seeing Aquarius, Libra, Gemini. So you do have people showing up for you right here. And I have a Leo energy and a Pisces energy. All right, so let's look at Aries through Pisces and see what might be going on this week with each one of the zodiac signs. Aries, the Emperor card. All right, so this tells me here, there's that strong, there's that independent energy. There's that I'm going to make it through. You know, I can do it on my own. This is me trying to reestablish my foundation. So Saturn, for some of you, are really getting you to ground in and take things seriously, right? And you have another Aries here initiating some sort of contact with you this week. Taurus, the Empress card. I love this for you because it feels like something with you and a Taurus is really coming together. You know, you guys are both growing, your feelings are growing, you guys see quality in the relationship. You see, they can even see growth with this. They feel comfortable with you. So something could manifest this week that makes you feel a little bit more stable. Now, remember, there could be a lot of new people in these zodiacs that are showing up this week too, because you do have options with the Two of Wands. All right. So this can also, for those of you who are single, remember this period here can show you new people entering your life. Gemini, the Magician. Right. So talking to a Gemini this week and trying to work it out, trying to make plans work. Cancer, 10 of Cups, right? It feels like we're off to a new start. They see the full picture with you. So if you are dealing with some dynamics, family problems, this is where there could be some clarity coming in. But maybe something does have to happen or be said to finally clear something up. We have Leo, joy with a Leo. So this week could be very pleasant for you and a Leo, you know, just feeling excited to see each other, wanting to be around each other, going somewhere, doing something. Virgo, the Justice card. So, well, the Justice brings fairness and truth, right? So you could be weighing things out this week. Is this good for me? Is this not good for me? What's fair? Remember the Queen of Swords too. But you're getting some sort of truth. What you do with it is up to you. They may even apologize. Libra, Knight of Pentacles. So working towards the same goals, right? You guys both want to somehow make it work. Now, there may be discrepancies when it comes to routine and schedules, but and the pace might be slow. Sometimes you can think that's a bad thing, but this feels like, look, we got this. Let's make it work. Scorpio, Knight of Swords. Things could pick up this week with a Scorpio. You know, you might want to, with that Page of Swords and the Knight of Swords, just be mindful to make sure you're reading text and you're not misinterpreting each other, because for some of you that could lead to an argument. Sagittarius, Page of Wands. We've got a lot of flirty energy. Fire, Aries this week. a lot of flirty energy. So if you are going through a separation, this is the week. It looks like with fire signs that they could really cheer you up. The fire signs could really cheer you up. All right, Page of Wands, some flirting with a Sag. Capricorn, moving on past some problems. So either you're moving on or you guys are moving on together. Aquarius, right, resting. So it could be some, some silence this week with an Aquarius, taking some time to recover. And Pisces, judgment. So making a choice. You have an important choice to make this week. They may want a do-over, but is this do-over, do we take a chance on them? Or is this, you've given too many? I love you guys. All right, Taurus, my lovely Tauruses, July 20th through the 26th. Let's get an oracle and then dive into the week's energy, and then Aries through Pisces. All right. Oh, these cards are upside down. Stars. You can manifest your every wish. So that's a good thing. So you got number 5. Right? Wanting change in your life. Some of you want to make some change. You have plans. You have goals. You've been thinking about things. And I think you're being pushed here. I think you're being pushed a little bit here now, because the 5 can be a challenge. And challenges are good. They help us grow. And it looks like you're being asked to challenge yourself, to step out of the box. All right. You can do this. You can manifest something that you really, really desire, but you have to believe it. And inspired action and commit. So it seems like that could be the biggest thing. It's like, but what if, it's like I have one foot in, I feel it, I know it, I can do it. But what is that thing that stops you from actually committing fully to something and truly wanting something? Right? It's a protective, it's afraid to take a risk. All right. So this week, you can manifest your every wish, which also tells me that the energy could be clearing up for you. And we are starting to get out of Mercury retrograde, which means if you've been struggling with conversations or arguments, or just feeling like you try to express yourself, but you fumble your words and things like that, this tells me that things are going to start clearing up. So maybe you can start really speaking out and saying clearly what it is you mean and what it is you want. All right. But let's see what the cards say, because you have the Star here, which is also instant manifestation. So maybe you have, if you're like me, it seems like the last couple of weeks it's been raining, it's pouring. It seemed like instant manifestation was working for the stuff I didn't want. Maybe this week now, instant manifestation is going to work for the things that you do want. And the King of Swords just kind of came out. So I'm going to put that right there. You may be dealing with an Aquarius, Libra, Gemini, somebody specific in your life. But also this is your perspective. This is clear-headed. This is logic energy. This is, the commander-in-chief. So you are showing up as being pretty sharp again. So seeing things and being able to speak your mind is one of the biggest things. And also looking at the bigger picture now, the weather's not going to change. No, let me say this differently. The weather is always going to change, and there's never going to be certainty. And there's no perfect day to finally do the thing that you really want to do. Right. So let's take a look. You also have the Queen of Swords here at the bottom of the deck, and this can be a standoff. So this is a bonus message. I haven't even gotten into the energy of the week. All right. So you could have maybe had communication issues with somebody, especially the King and Queen of Swords, relationship status. Do people want to be right? All right, or 2 people miscommunicating, or 2 people who are really good with words but are not understanding over the past week or so, maybe how they're landing, right? And this could be the week where we're clearing up these conversations. This could be the week where, but also this could be the week too where you are very direct, and, you could be bringing up old arguments, old conversations, because you can battle better. But is it worth it? What did I hear before? I heard being right is cheaper than being close. and it landed. And so, yeah, you might be able to win some battles this week. You might be able to really get there and finally say those things that you were trying to say last week. But is it worth it? You know, because whoever you're connected to, they're good with words too, right? And we could piss each other off, or we could get close. And this could also even be a week where you are manifesting your wish when it comes to getting together with somebody, partnership. So we will look at Aries through Pisces with that. Now, that was pretty much a bonus. Now, Six of Pentacles, woohoo! The energy of the week, that is kind of explained in it. It's like, all right, we need to talk things out. We need to renegotiate. We need to make things right. We need to make things fair and equal, right? Now, this is also a bonus gift. All right, that's my bonus gift to you, because this card, I've labeled it that. It's where have you been putting out? Where have you been, putting out a lot of money? Well, this week you may find discounts, or you may pay off a debt, or something that's going to be extremely expensive might actually show up being a little bit less, right? Maybe the first amount they gave you was retrograde style, and then they realized they overcharged you. I don't know, So you could get some money back this week. You also could get some effort back this week. Somebody who is seeing your value, somebody who's realizing maybe you were right? Maybe you are given a lot more. And, to be honest too, maybe you could be realizing where you could just soften up around the edges too. All right. This goes both ways, the sixes for me. All right, now your biggest challenge, I feel like I already said it. I seem to say a lot. Look at the star card. Your biggest challenge, believe in faith. All right. Your biggest challenge is your lack of faith in yourself. For some reason, I do feel like Taurus is, you get the Five of Pentacles, Scorpio gets the Five of Cups. Aren't we lucky? But you have a mindset sometimes that expects the worst, or feels like you're on your own. If you don't do it, nobody's going to do it, right? Like there is a lack of faith there. And some of you are more earthly, and nature and worldly. And so God and spirit to you, not all of you, but is there, but I think earth signs needs to see proof. And that's a generalization, guys, right? Not everybody's the same, but I'm generalizing an earthy energy, right? Your God is earth. And it feels like sometimes you really got to believe in a stronger power. You really have to believe that there is goodness out there, and there's goodness coming to you, and that you are being protected and you are being guided. But you may be lacking faith in something bigger than yourself, right? And if I can't manifest into you, means work. It means I have to physically do it. It doesn't just happen for me. But you may be surprised. So maybe your biggest challenge is faith and is trust and something better coming your way. Maybe you think this is how it is. Six of Pentacles is your energy too. So this could be where, maybe there is some proof this week that there is a higher power for you, and that dreams do come true. But again, the signs can be shown to you, but the effort, you still have to trust and take that step and trust that it's going to work out for you, right? And you can't have the proof of everything. So what to watch for in love? I see the Knight of Cups. Watch how how much somebody really cares about you. Somebody coming towards you with a lot. I'm not going to say extreme, all right? I'm going to say with a lot of love for you. They want to pursue you. They are interested in you. They do have love for you. And it's genuine here. That doesn't always guarantee, guys. It doesn't always guarantee stability. It doesn't always guarantee longevity. It doesn't always guarantee, nothing guarantees that they're not going to be a pain in the ass, right? But you have the Knight of Cups here, and you have somebody here that really does care about you. So this week it could be about the way they make you feel. All right. Or maybe they're being a little bit more expressive, a little bit more emotional. Maybe it is about you noticing that, because we are seeing the King of Swords here and the Queen of Swords at the bottom of the deck. So not that they don't have emotions, but they definitely know how to detach. And you could possibly be that, you're very stoic. You could easily detach and not see that somebody may need you to be more vulnerable with them. Maybe they're in this way, or they're really emotional, and they're wanting, some softness, right? Or to express. So this could be new romance for some of you who are single. So being mindful that if you're not paying attention to, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink it. There could be somebody who's trying to approach you that is interested in you as well with this card. Sorry, I had to fix my seat. So what to watch for in life in general? The Nine of Pentacles. I felt like saying that like that because I just feel like, again, earthy, and some people, earthy energies coming through here. But some people are just so proud to be so independent and really don't know how to let others in, even if you think you are. You're committed until you're committed, you're not. You're trusting until you're not. All right. It goes back to what I was saying earlier. I got to do it myself or it's not going to get done. I'm independent, but your idea of independency may not be your person's idea of independency. You're used to soloness. You're used to, if a part of you is like, I can't rely on everybody fully. I can't rely on anybody fully, right? And so you are built like this. So vulnerability in love could be your challenge, not your person's, right? So in life, though, Nine of Pentacles is showing you're built for success. And you are. That's your trademark. Money, success, resources, getting needs met. I know how to do it. You're going to do it. And even if you're working right now and you haven't quite made it to that status of complete financial freedom, the stars are in, 2 stars are showing up in your reading, showing you that your dreams can come true, but you're lacking faith or trust in yourself, maybe because you have to work a little bit harder. And this is, I've got to give more. I've got to put more in. I've got to, sometimes maybe that is it. Maybe you do have to put more effort when it comes to life. But some of you are like, no, I put too much, right? So maybe it is letting others, not do it all yourself. Maybe it is working together with somebody else. And that's how you get to that Nine of Pentacles. It can be different, but there is luck when it comes to life. So there's good news here when it comes to a living situation, a job situation, your resources, more money, a gift coming in. So maybe somebody, like I said, a raise, or somebody who owes you something is actually coming in to pay you back. Maybe they finally hit the lottery and they're ready to pay you back. All right. So life, you are due for some payout, is what I'm going to say. So that's pretty much the good coming. I'll pull the card though. So the good coming is, you got a lot of good stuff coming here with the 8 of Swords. There could be a lot of things coming at once that you might not know what to do with it. All right. Maybe a lot of projects, maybe depending on what you do for a living, or, this is travel too. This is the exciting news coming your way. Like, let's take it and let's roll with it. I'm not going to sit here and try and name all kinds of different things that could be coming your way, but this is really the timing, like the acceleration, things really starting to pick up pace, right? You have the opportunity to make it happen. But the challenge for some of you could be, am I going to trust myself to do it, to go with it, to see where it takes me? Am I going to take a risk? All right, so how are other people showing up for you? I see the 3 of Pentacles, very supportive. It looks like somebody is trying to enter your life as a team, let's work together. Let's make a plan together. Maybe we have to figure out, we have to call somebody, we have to, make a plan, organize, collaborate. Let's do this. But it looks like you have a lot of people around you, or somebody around you, If you have nobody around you, in the energy I'm picking up today, there's no reason for it unless you don't want it, right? There are people around you that are there to support you, whether it's a community, whether it's friends, whether it's a partner. It is there for you, and somebody here that wants to build something with you. So with all this being said, first of all, what's your advice? I think I gave it to you. I see the Judgment card. All right, quit being so harsh on yourself. Right, quit judging yourself, judging others so harshly, situations so harshly. That could be coming from fear. All right, you know, I know how to take care of people, I know how to give, and I'm going to get hurt type of fear, right? And it could just be judging and criticizing yourself constantly. You know, I'm never going to get there. I'm not enough, whatever it is. No bueno. All right. Now, Aries through Pisces. Let's go back to this wish, this manifestation, and the issue here. Right. Now, you could be dealing with somebody, like I said up here, who has a hard time. Their idea of independency is different than yours. So it can lead to thinking that somebody's not having feelings for you, or somebody doesn't want to be with you. It's just there is some sort of value issue when it comes to, or value or expectations of a relationship and what we both consider being independent or being a team, right? But this could be somebody financially available coming towards you as well. If some of you are single, these cards here can also help you out. But let's see who really is coming in for you. Aries through Pisces. Let me put these up here. I'm referencing these two cards. Aries, 10 of Wands. So Aries is hitting a wall this week. So be mindful that the wall could be something that they physically are doing. They have a lot of stuff going on, a lot of stress going on, or they're hitting a wall with you. There is a lot of stress in the relationship, and something has to give, or it's going to break, right? Or it's going to crash and burn. But if it's not you, then just be mindful that the energy of your Aries is taking on a lot right now. So they might not be fully recovered or feeling the way you feel this week. All right. But they are hidden. If you go back to their reading, things are starting to clear up for them, it seems. But things could be difficult with them this week. Taurus, I am seeing 6 of Cups. All right, look at the love trying to come in. Look at can we have a conversation and not bring up the argument? You know, can we talk? Can we let, last week's conversation go? Can we let it go? And can we just love on each other? All right, that's the kind of energy I was picking up in your read. And here I'm seeing you and another Taurus just really wanting to be together, really feeling each other. Gemini, I see the 5 of Cups. Gemini could be still dealing with disappointment, whether with themselves, with the way things turned out with you, with life in general. They look a little down and out this week. Maybe they do need some compassion. All right, because remember that's the main. It could be missing you. Cancer, 7 of Cups, right? Cancer's got you on their mind. Cancer's like, what can we do here? Still non-committal energy, but there is still, you can make it happen. Remember the star cards. You can make this happen with a Cancer. They do want this, want you. Leo, Hanged Man. Pause. All right, so there is a pause going on with you and a Leo. All right, maybe it is going in our corners. Maybe it is being silent for a minute. Maybe it is letting go of something that we've been holding on to. Maybe it's nothing's changing. And that could be a good thing for you, because this card can say nothing's changing, everything is good, just leave it alone. Or nothing's changing, it's still, you guys, they're silent, they're quiet, and we just need this pause for a reason. Virgo, 7 of Wands, right? So Virgo, things could get testy this week. We are seeing Virgo is, a little bit defensive. They may be pushing at you or pushing your buttons, or it could be easy to push each other's buttons this week. And it could lead to, hearing something we don't want to hear, or an argument that we could have avoided or blocked. Libra, the Lovers card. You guys, you know, you guys there's love there, but sometimes love overrides, the heart overrides logic. So this week it'll be a choice with a Libra. Are they working with me or are they not? I mean, I know I want this, I know I desire this, but is it good for me? If it is good for me and I can settle in and I can just be okay with what's happening here, because you can see there's love there. But love doesn't always ground in, especially if somebody's overly independent. But are you okay with that? You know, this doesn't mean that this relationship can't move forward. You guys have a soul connection, but can we work with this kind of energy? Somebody that isn't always available. Scorpio, 3 of Cups, Scorpio and you, good times, right? So it looks like, can we lighten things up here and maybe celebrate a win? You know, you could feel comfortable with each other this week, feel good, feel like we made it through something, things are lightening up, things are looking good, maybe reconciling conflict. Sagittarius, it looks like they want to be around you. They really see this growing, or something about this relationship is growing on them. But you could notice that this week, what's manifesting with a Sag is more, you know, love. It feels more comfortable. Feels like there's something more there. Capricorn, we got a win here. It looks like they really want to see you. They want you know, to keep things the way they are too. They like your attention. But whatever it is, they're coming in, and it looks like something good happening with you and a Capricorn. Aquarius, the Strength card. All right, so hang tight with an Aquarius. All right, you know, they might be being held back a little bit or trying to keep their composure with the situation for whatever reason. Maybe it's hard for them to be vulnerable, but this card here tells me maybe they're trying, right? So you have an Aquarius that could be seeing things different this week. So I'm just getting hang on. Pisces, the Sun card. So Pisces could be a really big win this week. This could even be new romance. Some of you Tauruses could be dating a Pisces this week. But the love is growing between you and a Pisces, and it's pretty clear. I love you guys. All right, Gemini, July 20th through the 26th. Let's see what's in store for you this week. Let's get an oracle to start. And then the energy, and then the good stuff in love and life in Aries through Pisces. All right, so a storm, every hurricane comes to an end. You have the number 44, so your foundation could be getting rocked up a little bit lately. This feels like maybe there's been some on again, off again, little teeny windstorms and storms in your life coming out of nowhere, and then you know it's going to end. And I feel the Six of Swords here. You know, it's like there was some cluster happening this past last week, right? So this week, it feels like the Six of Swords for you. So it'd be nice to see if that card comes out in your reading. And you know, the windstorm, the tornado comes in and clears things up. And sometimes I just hear your voice too. You know, this week coming in seems to be a good week where you potentially can maybe start to get your words together and speak straight. And we had Mercury retrograde, so you've had a lot of time to think about things. And maybe you were being Mercury ruled, had some struggle with, you know, getting your point across, or you know, just seem like a search for words. You know, it happens to me all the time, Virgo rising. But that's clearing up. That's coming to an end, and you're about to see the sunshine. We do have some Leo energy lightening things up. So this could be a week where you could actually get what you want, depending on how much self-control we have with our, you know, anger or frustration. You know, you really have a way to use words coming to you maybe more quickly this week. And so if you have been dealing with some arguments or some storms here, the good news is this is coming to an end for you. So let's look at tarot. Your energy to start with. It kind of feels like Florida weather for you right now is what Mars and Uranus to me feels like it hits me pretty hard in my chart, and so I'm usually referencing that, but feels like Florida weather. You know, it's sunny one minute and then all of a sudden there's a rainstorm. And lately the wind's been really blowing like there's a hurricane. And I'm like, is there a hurricane coming? Look at this, the 5 of Wands, right? So this is a lot of conflict with the people around you every day. And this can be just your everyday. Like, why are people driving so, weird in the parking lot? Why are people arguing with everything in the grocery stores? Why are people arguing with everything I have to say? So we are seeing some conflict, and it feels like you're constantly being challenged by people every day or situations every day. And it's like, even if you're a very peaceful person and you feel like you got your life together and everything's good, or you're by yourself, it's like stubbing your toe for no reason. It's like whistling and then stubbing your toe, some challenges and aggravation. Well, you see the King of Wands here, and I feel like that's that Leo energy that's coming in and saying, don't give up. Don't give up because of some of these little challenges or people or everything coming at you at once, maybe. Keep your eye on the prize here, the vision you have, the future that you have set for yourself. Sometimes it's just the external world trying to shake things up and maybe challenge you to see how much you really want something, how much you really want someone. If something's too much or it's just constant chaos, you'll eventually give up and be like, I'm not bored that much. I can find something else to do. Now, I am seeing a King of Wands, Aries, Leo, Sag. There could be a fire sign that's really important in your life that could be showing up this week for you. And also we see the 4 of Wands, which has taken a step back here. So there could be some resolution around your home life, which I will look at here. But, maybe you finally finish something, you figure something out, or you finish something around the house, or you feel like everybody's been aggravated at the house and now it seems like things are settling in, and conversations are resolving, and maybe people are starting to figure out their place, right? So we are seeing every hurricane comes to an end. So this could be the week where we're finally battling something out or throwing the towel in. So let's see your energy, the 8 of Pentacles, right? Trying to stay in your own lane, just trying to work, just trying to get your shit done, just trying to focus on money matters. And this could also be abundance this week, money matters resolving. Maybe you will get an increase in money or a refund or discounts. I've been saying that a lot lately because I just feel like even in my life, it's like I get hit with a huge bill and then all of a sudden, next thing you know, I get a discount for something else. So, there's always a way. Where there's a will, there's a way, and there always seems to be a balance. But for some of you, this could be really focusing on just your own responsibilities and trying to get shit done. And, you're good at what you do. You're really good. So this week, this is starting off the energy, the 8 of Pentacles. Remember who you are. Remember you're good at what you do. And you'll always figure it out. And you could be stepping up, or some of you that are looking for a new job, or this could be on your mind this week. And also you may be just thinking about a new job. How about that? And I like it, right? So let's get into the challenge. The main challenge this week is others, working with others. All right. Maybe feeling like you're pulling everybody's weight. Maybe feeling like, you're struggling with how you resonate with the people around you. You're not feeling supported by the people around you. It just seems like you can't get everybody on the same page. Even at work, this is real work energy, and it's also home energy too. But the 5 of Wands, it's like everybody has their own plan. Everybody's out for themselves. And this could be people that you really care about. It's like, it's like some people just think they're doing what they're supposed to be doing, or they think they're working with you, but it feels like you may be challenged this week by other people not always pulling their weight. And this could be coworkers. It just seems like some banter around coworkers, or fighting for a position, or everybody kind of aggravated or frustrated with their with their positions at work or not feeling supported. Now, this can also be you asking for a raise too. All right. So if you're dealing with any kind of money matters, right, this is where if you've had a conversation, you may be finding that at work things are working itself out, and there could be some sort of conversation around doing something else to bring some more income into your world. Now, the challenge too in love, when I'll pull a card for love, because this can be, what the hell does somebody really feel? You have the High Priestess for love. All right. And this can be somebody who has feelings, and you know it, you feel it, you sense it. Why do I feel like their presence is watching me? Why do I feel like, every time I do something, they happen to know what I'm doing, or they say something and I'm like, how do you know? Because they were watching you, and they know more about you than they're saying. They know more about, they have more feelings than they're letting on. So trust your intuition. And there is, maybe even in love, somebody knowing that there is a possibility or there is a connection there, but they may even know that they're not being the one that's pulling their weight. So don't take excuses this week too, right? Somebody here may be holding back for you in love. I will look at Aries through Pisces so we can see, why is somebody holding back from you, Gemini? We have the Five of Wands. Maybe somebody does feel like the relationship is kind of challenging, and, or they have some inner conflict around competition with other people. Maybe they have a lot of things coming at them, right? And they just don't know what they want just yet, right? And so that's a common thread. That's a common, story here. But the challenge is the Three of Pentacles. But remember, the opportunity is also, even though it's a challenge, it's saying, you can push through this and make it work. It doesn't mean that, the challenge is going to stop something from not working. It just says that you might have to find another way, to get what you're looking for, to get what you want. And I am seeing too, when it comes to love, listen and observe more, because you may be getting the signs and the answers that you really want, but you're needing it declared. Like you need the blimp or something to go by and say, this is what I want. This is what I need. This is what's really going on. And if you watch and observe people, you may notice that the subtle things they do, they are paying attention. They are wanting to be around you. They do care, so we'll dive into that. Let's see with life too as well. Ace of Pentacles. So life looks like it's getting ready to hand you another opportunity. You have a lot of pentacles showing up for you. So again, that can be money, resources, things that have been making you feel uncertain. This is real energy, real life problems, real life solutions. All right. So there are solutions coming in for you, and just observe, right? Because these are opportunities that you can take or leave, right? Just because the Ace of Pentacles shows up doesn't mean you have to open that door. But this could be a message coming in that gives you some sort of unexpected news that says, hey, maybe you forgot about something you were selling, and somebody says, I heard, I would like to buy something from you, if you're still doing this, right? Or somebody said, you do this for a living, but I have this position open. It can be all kinds of stuff like that seems small, but they may turn into something big. So any more good stuff coming this week? There could be a resolution to something that's really weighing on you. An old argument, an old fight, something you've been grieving, disappointed in, even with yourself. All right. This can be, I've been sad, so that energy is being lifted from you this week. And how others show up for you, Eight of Swords. So I can see, Gemini, that there is some complications with the way others are showing up. They may, you may finally get the reason why somebody was holding back, right? Or why somebody wasn't telling you something, all right? Because that was a Mercury retrograde type of energy. The Eight of Swords, people could really be doubting themselves and really anxious around you this week too. They might be dealing with their own problems. So I can see that you can't fix everybody's problem and not try to figure out, everything at once, or assume that, or doubt yourself because somebody else could be projecting onto you something they're struggling with, all right? So be mindful that the Eight of Swords, if somebody's confusing you, it's not always about you, you know, and I know you're the type that wants to investigate and get the answer. And hopefully this week you will get some sort of answer. But remember, the High Priestess could be somebody really hiding more concerns about themselves or more fears, and or, you know, even their own nuances that are going on in their life, right? And for you, that could come across like, what did I do? What's going on, right? So again, your voice this week could be very potent. And whatever storm this is, I do feel like with the Eight of Pentacles, if you're really grounded and you're on point, you could really get what you want this week with the way you talk. All right, so let's look at how to work with this, and then Aries through Pisces, the Star card. All right, so give it a God. That's all I got for you there, right? It's like if there's a storm going on and you can't figure out everybody's problems around you, or everybody's running to you with all their problems, or you're picking up on the vibe or the energy, and you just feel like, you know, why is everything so inconsistent, or why does everything feel so rocky or unstable? Just know that there's more to come, and if there's going to be a happy outcome to your situation. Trust, have hope in your situation, but at the same time, that's where you got to release the worry. This isn't like, oh, just have hope and hang on and still believe and keep a grip. It's more like, you know what, you know, God's got this. I got to take care of other business, and I just know everything's going to turn out in my favor. Right? So let's look at Aries through Pisces. Now we can clearly see that the challenge this week could be somebody here who knows that they're not putting in the effort, right? Maybe they're not good with relationships. Maybe they're not ready for a relationship. Maybe they don't want to put in the effort, right? You know, maybe they just want, you know, right now to be in their own space, right? And also you could be dealing with an admirer, somebody who really wants to see you, but, you know, is holding back their feelings slightly. Just, you know, everybody has their reasons. All right, everybody has their reasons. It takes personal reasons to really dive into why somebody's holding back their feelings. It's not a reason to stay, and sometimes it is. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it's worth figuring out. All right, some of us are really rough around the edges, right? So let's look at, and you got an Ace of Pentacles, so there could be an offer coming in. Aries, I see the Temperance card. So things are still moving and grooving. Unfortunately, you just got to kind of let things happen at their own pace. That sucks about that card, but, you know, if you guys got... if you guys are at different timings right now, that's it. If they've got other things going on and they just can't give you the attention you need just yet, but you still feel some pull, it's because, or naturally you guys are drawn to each other, but your situations may be causing some grief. Taurus, Hangman. All right, so nothing's moving with the Taurus right now. Nothing's changing with the Taurus. So for some of you, that can be good news. That can feel like, all right, you know, so you need, if you're in your head or fearful and you're still hanging out with this person, just let it be. You could start to create drama in your own head. But if nothing's changed and there's silence and somebody's not budging, you know, you're still dealing with that. That's what that card says. So you may need to sit back and ask yourself if this is something you want to hang on to. Gemini, you have the devil energy, all right? So I can see some grief trying to creep around you. Just know that there's always evil around us, but there is negative energies, and there are some people that can get swooped up when they least expect it. And when people are under pressure, that's when you can see their true faith, right? That's when you can see how solid and grounded they really are. So if you have a lot of people coming to you, or you are feeling overwhelmed because a lot of things kind of shaking up in your life, you know, it could be a test of your faith this week or the past couple weeks. And this week you are seeing, though, every storm comes to an end. So we are seeing resolution here. But with you and another Gemini, you really could be triggering each other right now. You know, there's love there, there's desire there, but we have to deal with what that issue is, or figure out what that issue is. Cancer, the Magician card. So this week, the Magician is showing that they got their eye on you. They want to talk. They like what they see. You both kind of like each other. You both feeling drawn to each other. So some movement this week when it comes to communication on some level, right? Whether it's a text, whether it's we're actually talking to each other. Now, Leo, I'm seeing maybe things not turning out exactly the way you think right now. There could be some disappointment. There could be, maybe you're still separated right now and you need this time to heal. All right. It doesn't mean to give up. The Three of Swords, if that was the Ten of Swords, yeah, the Three of Swords says, maybe not right now, right? Give it a little bit more time. You have Virgo, you have the Tower happening with a Virgo energy here. All right, so things are kind of unstable with the Virgo. It's hard to figure things out when you have a Tower going on. All right, but whatever is happening with you and a Virgo, remember you have the star. All right, don't lose hope. But it does say that something is falling apart for a reason, or something's coming up for a reason. We are dealing with the real issues here, because there's no way to move forward if we don't start this relationship on a solid ground. So things could be kind of testing you this week with a Virgo. Same thing with a Libra. All right, things getting kind of heavy, but you can see though, you're at the point here of no return. This is where, things get so tough that you have to let go. You finally have to just let God, So that's what's happening too with the Libra. So you may find that things are still kind of testy or challenging with you and a Libra. Scorpio, same thing. You got this Nine of Wands energy. Scorpio not ready to give up though either. Maybe it's like, things are getting difficult, or things are really, you challenge a Scorpio maybe, or maybe life's challenging them right now. So again, this kind of energy is, how you want to react to them this week. Do you want to push buttons with anybody that's going through any of these heavier energies? It might not be the right time to have those serious conversations. Sometimes we do have to lighten up and say, all right, let things kind of chill. Sagittarius, Seven of Pentacles. You could be making some plans this week, making it real with the Sagittarius. They may be wanting to settle in, or kind of thinking about where things can go. Capricorn, Six of Pentacles. So Capricorn, you do see maybe a Capricorn wanting to, or realizing where they need to put more effort into this connection. Aquarius, Nine of Cups. Aquarius looking good. It seems like you could find yourself together with an Aquarius this week. They like to have fun. They like to splurge. They like you. They like what they see. That doesn't guarantee the outcome, but it says whatever it is you're wishing for could be with an Aquarius. And Pisces, we're seeing possibly, maybe this week you will get that decision. You obviously have a place in their heart, and they try to talk themselves out of things. They have a difficult time right now making a decision, but this could be the week you get the decision. I love you, Gemini. All right, Cancer. We're looking at July 20th to the 26th. I'm sitting here smiling and smirking as I'm thinking in my head, thank you, Cancer, for your beautiful season, your soft presence this season. That's how I felt it. And then I'm laughing because I'm thinking, thank you for that damn dark moon in Cancer just before the new moon. Really rattled my world and a lot of others. So thank you. I'm glad I'm past that. And Mercury station in direct. And on your sign. So, a lot of stuff that's happened for you during the retrograde may start to really land a little bit more as we're moving direct. You really see if it made any progress, basically. So if I had that conversation with the next, now we're moving forward, and did the words mean anything, and, did your being able to speak really from your heart and your feelings, if you couldn't during this period because it was more of a reflection period, maybe now your words will land. Maybe you have the words and the feelings, and now you're ready to speak your truth to somebody. And it seems like a really good time now as we're moving out of the retrograde to see where it goes. I see protest and start a revolution. I don't know. This is the week, maybe some of you really wanted to declare something and make some change. Obviously you can look at this as face value and be like, maybe some of you are social activists, or you really feel a cause worth fighting for, and you're ready to do it. You're ready to join a group. You're ready to explore other avenues of community and make some change, right? So if there's something, now let's dial it down a notch. If there's something you've been really complaining about, all right? Rather than complaining anymore. Look, I'm a complainer, right? But I get shit done. I complain all the way doing it, right? But I'm seeing here it's time to really step up and speak up and make that change. So if you want to see change in your world, in your workforce, in your relationships, this is saying you've got to be the one to speak up and, you know, grab your allies and go, you know, your besties and go. So this week could be your voice returning. Let's look at tarot. And see your energy first, main challenge, and what to watch for in life and love and the good coming. Plus, Aries through Pisces, what to expect from the person on your mind. Happy birthday, by the way. King of Swords showing up, and so there could be somebody that is really influencing your life right now. Now, this can also be you. I need to see the bigger picture. I need to really stand up for what I want to fight for. This totally feels like Aquarian energy, humanitarian energy, you know, really, really, you know, stepping outside your comfort zone and expanding your worldview. And somebody could show up in your life that is opening that doorway for you, right? So you can reach a wider audience, so you can be heard. So this could be a very professional thing for some of you, where your words and your vision is starting to be seen or heard. But if not, it is saying the reason why is because maybe you're not so confident in your truth, and you need to really stand. This is where you really got to challenge yourself. If you feel set on something, pick your truth and go with it and trust yourself and not waver. It could be somebody too you're connected to that is a little detached as well too. And this could be the person here that maybe is, you know, a test to see if they really are showing up emotionally for you. They may have said what felt good. It may have felt, you know, words may have hit, but let's see now if the words keep flowing and if they start to soften up. Aquarius, Libra, Gemini showing up for you. Now, your energy, the Four of Pentacles, you got some fear going on here. All right. Maybe you have been kind of, maybe people have been protesting against you. Maybe people have been challenging you. And it seems like every decision you make, you're hiding behind your castle walls. You're trying to protect yourself. Get away from me. Stay away from me. It seems like everybody's got a problem and they're coming to me. And, you know, and it does look like maybe some of you have been very protective of your energy right now. Maybe afraid to say, you know, the wrong thing, because it could start a war with somebody. Or every time you say something to somebody, you know, it's like, you know, it seems like a revolution. All right. So let's clear this up here. I'm going to tell you what I mean. You just want to ask somebody for something simple, but a war breaks out, you know, like you just can't even have a common conversation with somebody that you want to have. There's problems going on there. And I can see why you're so protective of your energy. You know, you want to share, you want to create some boundaries, but you can't create boundaries. So you hide in your fortress, right? Every time I open the door, somebody's asking me for something. Somebody's asking me for a handout. Somebody's asking me for money. All right. So this energy, maybe of other people around you, is making it so you're super protective of your own energy and you're holding back your voice, right? But also, if it is that you're just holding back, what are you holding back for? All right. The King of Swords says, you know your truth. Don't hold it in any longer. All right. You have a right to even if it does start problems, maybe Cancers need to come out of their crab shell for a second. And maybe you got, I don't know, I don't want a bunch of crabs coming at me. It's like army ants too. If you see a bunch of crabs kind of running at you, you're gonna take everybody down. All right, you guys are fighters, very protective of what you care about, right? So I don't know, maybe it is time for you not to hold back anymore and, you know, challenge everybody and quit. People want to keep nibbling at you, maybe nibble back a little bit. All right. You got the go from a Scorpio here. All right. Don't do the final sting. You know what I mean? If you need that, phone a friend, right? I'll come in and I'll do the final sting for you. But anyways, your biggest challenge is the Page of Wands. Impulsivity could be one of your biggest challenge this week, right? But what I'm seeing here is you shrinking your joy, right? Because this is if this is the challenge, the Page of Wands, this is you're afraid to just be fun, be funny, just let something out or say something that's reckless, and then again piss somebody off. Well, sometimes the person who pisses somebody off came into our lives to wake us up and shake us up so that we can quit pretending that everything's perfect, right? And this is where maybe some of you do say things impulsively, right? And so that could be also impulsive spending, impulsive reactions. So I will say that your challenge this week for some of you could be holding back a little bit on instant emotional reactions or impulsive spending, buying, or impulsive responses to people's texts, right? But at the same time, like, your job here is not to let somebody steal your joy from you either, because your challenge is being playful and having fun, and you've got these blessings coming in, and it's summertime. It's like, where can I lighten up and just have some fun? And I'm so sick of monitoring or being so protective of what I say, because even if I'm being lighthearted and fun, it seems like it may strike the wrong chord with somebody, if I said that right. So your job this week looks like to find joy in some of the everywhere else where it's not. All right. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like, where can I still have some fun and not let other people steal my thunder, my joy? So let's see in love. I see the Five of Swords. So this could be where it's the most complicated for you. All right. It's like, people could say something that triggers you, or you're afraid to trigger somebody because you don't want to disappoint, or you don't want to be confused, or you don't want to say something wrong and set somebody off, right? And in love also, you just might be confused. You're trying to figure out something, what's really going on in this relationship, maybe there is no solution. It's like, it is what it is. If you're having to explain yourself to somebody over and over and over, it's because they're not listening and they don't really want to hear, or they can't understand you at the level that you talk. You're a water sign, right? You're a water sign, and your feelings run deep. And so when you're talking, you're always coming from this emotional place, which is not always easy for people to see the depth that you're going to, or that you're trying to figure out. So sometimes it sucks for us water signs. We don't always get the why or the answers, and we don't always get matched equally with the depth in a relationship, and that can be some of your problems. And we'll look at Aries to Pisces and see what the conflict is, right? But it just seems like also some of you are connecting and you're always questioning people's intentions. But are you ignoring your intuition? Are you playing with fire? Are you constantly trying to win a challenge with somebody, because you can see their heart, or you can see potential? That's last year. That's old chapter, right? The new chapter is knowing your worth. All right. Not playing around. You just went through a reset. You're not supposed to be apologizing for taking up space here. And it does feel like some of you, are hold back because you don't want to lose the battle, and you don't want to trigger somebody, or you fear that if you say what you really mean, or and you do what you really want, you're going to create some sort of disappointment or a situation that's not fixable, right? But that's not a comfortable energy to be in either. So if you're not right now, it feels like your season was for you to open up, right? A reset, a fresh start, not keeping small just to keep the peace. Right. So in life, I'm seeing the star card. So in general, it looks like you're right on course, right? We're all on course. We're all just, sometimes we try to go down, roads that end up being dead ends because we think we can get to where we want to go quicker and we have the answers, but the star card is telling me you've got a lot to come. You got more to come. This is, your situation. Some of the battles you're having right now are for you to evolve and grow in your own life, right? So for you to get in alignment with what your true desires really are. Now, the star card too is also an Aquarian energy. Maybe some of you are built for something really big. Maybe some of you do see yourself really standing out, really being seen by others. But this energy here says you got to go through some challenges. The Tower card, you got to get to your truth. You've got to deal with some of the don't fear change, and don't fear chaos, and don't fear conflict, and don't fear challenges, especially in relationships, because that seems to be a part of your path right now, right? But you are meant to expand, and maybe expand your audience if some of you are in that position, but you're holding back. All right. Now, some of you might tell me you're not. I don't know what you talk in your private time to yourself, right? But are you? Rip the mask off, and that's what I feel like here. The beauty underneath needs to shine through for this next coming year. Now, any other good stuff coming in? I see the Emperor card. So they could be a boss coming your way, or you could be a boss, right? This is structure and stability and entrepreneurship, and really a strong, stable foundation, it looks like, with the goods coming in. You could be making plans to build something new when it comes to a new career, a new partnership. There could be somebody here that is entering into your life that is helping bring stability into your life. So I am seeing strong Aries for you. And this is also the good stuff coming for you is more confidence, in charge, CEO, right, of your life too. Even if you don't want to be a CEO of a company, this is you being the boss man, woman of your life, right? Playing your cards right. How other people are showing up for you this week, I do see there's some support for you. People may be paying you back, whether it's in effort, in respect, in recognizing you, seeing how much you give because you are a giver, caretaker. So people really showing up, and it looks like you could be getting your needs met. So the things that you really want, asking for them this week, this is where asking may work for you, because it looks like you may get the handouts that you're looking for. Or maybe you don't have to ask, but it will start to flow your way with this energy, because it does seem like people really navigating around you to pay you back. All right. But you are giving off a Four of Pentacles energy, which can be afraid to ask and holding back, not allowing other people to give you something, but you're willing to often give other people everything. Advice for you, the Ace of Swords, right? Being honest with yourself this week, being clear, being direct, being straight to the point. All right, this is where your voice is getting clear. This is where your truth is being clear. This is where maybe writing down your truth if you have to, and speaking, even in relationships, not being quiet anymore. It might be challenging at first, but having those conversations and not being afraid to have those conversations that need to have. Now, the Five of Swords and the Ace of Swords can say we're having a conversation and we're being real, but the outcome could be the Six of Swords, which is either I'm moving on from this, or we can finally move on from this and we can resolve it. So let's look at Aries through Pisces. It does look like you're having some complications, but the star here is saying, don't lose hope in your situation, especially some of you that really, are in a situation where, all right, we have challenges, but we can make it work. But for some of you that are getting mixed signals and feeling like no matter what you say or do, it's just you're always confused, this is showing you that there's better out there. All right, give yourself some room to breathe, and don't, even if you were to leave this person behind, you're better than that. And it's like, even if things were to clear up and you give them space, there is an opportunity for them to come back around. But now they'll have more respect for you, and they'll know that they can't play any games. Aries, the Justice card. So something's weighing on an Aries. Maybe you will make peace this week with an Aries energy. I am feeling them strong in your reading. So for those of you connected with an Aries, it does look like, sometimes it takes two, though. You both could have your own issues, but we're reconciling them, and we're finding some sort of middle ground here. Taurus, Ten of Swords. So there could be disappointment, or, with a Taurus. It does look like it's clearing up for you, though. It's like we're moving on. Ten of Swords usually means it's difficult, but we got to leave the past in the past and let it go. Gemini, Ten of Cups, right? Different story with Gemini. It looks like, hanging out, coming over, we've got, some challenges in this, but we will make it through, right? So it looks like spending time with a Gemini. And Cancer, you have the Eight of Wands. Look at this voice. Look at this movement. If some of you have been feeling blocked creative, or blocked when it comes to, speaking to others, or defending yourself, or you've been feeling a lot of pressure coming at you and you just want to hide from the world, that energy is leaving, right? It looks like things are starting to move forward and clear up for you and become a little bit more fun. All right, so you and another Cancer, though, too, there could be some movement, conversation. Let's get to the truth of the matter. We're running out of time here. Leo, Seven of Swords. There is some signs here you can't trust, right? There is some sneaking around. There is some deceptiveness. Doesn't have to be sneaking around with another person, but it does say you can't trust them. You can't trust something, and you know it. So if you know it, you know it, and that's it. But if some of you, it's like, no, don't go looking for a story that's not yours. If you are something with somebody new with a Leo and everything seems fine, this may not be for you. Virgo, Five of Pentacles. So Virgo having a difficult time as well, too. They tend to focus on the problems. So if you guys are having a lot of problems, they may be so focused on that they can't see the light at the end of the tunnel. They may just feel like this relationship is very challenging, or life's challenging for them right now. And, they're choosing to stay in this mindset and deal with things on their own, rather than accepting help from anybody else. Libra, the Magician card. So you and Libra seem to be on point this week. We both want each other. We both want the same thing. We're feeling a pull. So, use your words. Maybe you'll see some movement this week with the Libra where we're just vibing. Everything seems good, and they're taking action on their words. Scorpio, Page of Pentacles. So some good news here. We're always bringing in some enlightening news with a Scorpio. Maybe we can start this. Maybe we can figure it out. Maybe a Scorpio is starting to understand you, and you're starting to understand a Scorpio. We got to start somewhere, right? So we're seeing an offer come in with a Scorpio. And Sagittarius, lighten up your world this week. You may hear from a Sag. You may reignite, a relationship that you thought was dead. Here it is. You got the Ace of Wands. It looks like physical action towards you. Capricorn, not much is changing with a Capricorn. So depending on what kind of situation you're in, just know that it's still the same. Sitting in limbo. Aquarius doing their thing, wanting time but to themselves, but they're still invested. It's just you're dealing with somebody that can seem unavailable, but it's only because they really value their time and their independency. Scorpio, Sag, Capricorn, Pisces, Two of Swords. So Pisces here still kind of giving off the confused vibes, but it looks like their heart's pulling them in. Another situation could really have them rattled, or something that's happened. They still can't let go of something, but they're still there. They're still hanging in there. All right. There could be a decision being made this week, or we're just kind of letting something hang out for a minute until we know what to do. I love you guys. Leo, I have been so waiting for your time of the year to come. This is one of my favorite seasons. And so happy birthday. We're doing July 20th through the 26th. And to be honest with you, you have a really, you know, I mean, everybody's charts are different according to the astrology. I mean, you have a big year coming in. And we also have the South Node next week that's going to be going into your sign too. So I'm looking forward to diving into my Leo's energy to see what's coming through. But let's see, expectations. This is perfect. Don't seek anyone's approval. Number 12 here. And the number 12 can be the hanged man as well too. And sometimes you just got to pull back and not try and figure things out, or just kind of pause for a second. Especially if something feels off. You know, this is your oracle for the week before I jump into the energy and the main challenge and what to watch for in love and life, plus Aries through Pisces. So don't seek anyone's approval. This is where you're putting the crown on, and this is your natural solar return and your season. And Leo lights up a room, you know, a healthy Leo, the sign of the lion, the courage to let people show up around you and circulate around you. If you're noticing that people are, you know, pulling away from you, you know, sometimes that's a sign too that you're insecure in the inside, right? And what's going on. So notice those moments too, because this is your time to be seen and not shrink. So expectations is a big one for you this week. What are people expecting from you? What are you expecting from yourself? You know, that's usually one of the biggest culprits, putting too much expectations on yourself. And sometimes it stems from needing other people's approval and not realizing it, you know? So let's take a look at tarot and see the energy of the week. All right, for my Leos, Leo, what's the most important things for Leo to know this week? Oh, this card just came out. I'm going to put this up here with this. It's the Four of Swords. I love this card because this card says sometimes we just need to check out. We need to reset. And maybe you've been in that place for the past month or so, you know, just kind of being quiet to yourself, kind of hanging out, trying to figure things out. What the hell's going on with people? What the hell's going on in my life? What am I doing? You know, and it's like putting down the sword for a second, but you're getting ready to pick it back up and tackle life again and feel, maybe even start feeling like yourself a little more. But this here also is going back to this first message I said, where it's like, sometimes you just got to shut the door. You know, you got to walk in the other room and sorry, I'm not participating in this, or sorry, I can't do this today, you know, and giving yourself a rest, you know. And if you feel reactive too with some of the energies that's going on, this is also a pause too. So you're getting a strong pause when it comes to working with the people who are coming to you, because your season as well is going to attract a lot of people around you. It's going to be good. Hopefully it's going to be good. We're going to call that in, right? But it can also be overwhelming at times, especially if you've been kind of, you know, to yourself a little bit or not used to all the action right now. It can get overwhelming for you. So you are being asked to, you know, be mindful of your responses, say no before you say yes, and wait 24 hours before you respond, or at least give yourself some time before you respond to anything. All right. Now, I am getting a King of Swords at the bottom of the deck, and this can be cold. This can be brash. This can be kind of like sometimes you got to say what you have to say, and that's it, you know, and the King of Swords will do that. They'll detach a little bit. Sorry if I'm hurting your feelings. I'm not trying to. I'm coming from a place of love, you know, but here's what I need to tell you. This is how it is. So you may be, you know, cutting some truths out, you know, and saying to people what it is you really need or want. Or you may just feel yourself detaching from certain people that expect too much from you. Now, there could be a person in your life as well that's very influential this week with the King of Swords, Aquarius, Libra, Gemini. And this could also be, maybe you're feeling this way with somebody else too. Like you just feel like their words are landing sharp, or they're being a little bit more distant or withdrawn or cold, right? But we'll take a look at what that is all about. This is an overall energy of wisdom, being wise and seeing things, being from a bird's eye view, when things are going on, try not to get sucked into drama, pull back and take a look. Is this worth my time? All right. So this week, 8 of Cups, moving on, moving forward in your own lane. So this is you preparing for what makes you feel good. You're trying to figure out who you are, what you want, and maybe even some of you could be even thinking about a vacation. Sometimes you just got to go away for a weekend. Some of you could be saying, I need to do this, right? Or you're ignoring some things in your life that just aren't making you happy anymore, and you're feeling pulled to do something totally radical or different. And people may be questioning, what are you doing? I love that. It's like everybody wants you to stay in the status quo and stick to the normal. And when you want to break out of normal patterns or do something totally different, it's like everybody has an opinion. It's like, where are you going? Why are you doing this? We're all doing that. It's like, you keep doing what you want to do. I want to do my own thing. You can follow me, but I'm looking for something a little bit more fulfilling. And this is what I'm seeing with you right here. Basically, I'm going to highlight it. It's like Leo saying, I need something more fulfilling in my life. I can't stick around and pretend anymore. And that mask, that Leo, hiding behind something, this is your season, so there's no more hiding. I can't be happy in this situation anymore. I can't do this anymore. I need to do something that brings me fulfillment and joy. All right, so this is where you're walking into your season and it's happening on your terms. So what is the main challenge? And the Queen of Swords here, getting frazzled, getting distracted. And there's that King of Swords, arguing with the people that are closest with you. Maybe they're not seeing you. This is where you're holding back your voice, or you're trying to keep the peace, because the Queen of Swords can be, I better not say that, I better not, or having indecisiveness. I know what I want, but I keep doing what others expect. So you have some important challenges this week, decisions to make, where it's like, I just know. The word no is going to be your, put it on your wrist, write it on your hand, the word no. There could be some miscommunications in relationships, especially if you're constantly closing off or closing down when it comes to people that you're trying to talk to or people that are the closest to you. It's like, I'm just saying what I need to say to keep, us from, getting in an argument, or from you getting cold or going cold. So I'm going to be nice, and also your challenge too, just to throw this out there for some of you, the Queen of Swords can be mouthy. All right. I can be the Queen of Swords. All right. The Queen of Swords can be a bitch. The Queen of Swords can be like snapping, and bitter and resentment, because you're trying to meet everybody's expectations. You're seeking approval from your audiences and everybody. And so it's like the Queen of Swords can finally snap and say something that, oops, I didn't mean it to come out that way. So you may want to watch out for that as well too, especially if it's in a work situation or something that you could lose something of value. But that does not mean you shouldn't speak your truth. It just means watch how it's being delivered. So let's see what to watch for in love. I got the Emperor card. All right, so you are dealing with somebody who wants control over the situation, or maybe tough cookie, They may be holding back just to, hold control of their own life, the situation. They have feelings, This is somebody that has feelings, but ego and power and control can sometimes take precedence, but this is somebody though that maybe needs to step up a little bit too, especially if you're having a hard time or you're not feeling seen and you feel like they need to initiate, they need to be more responsible. But also the good news too is that in love, it's showing me the Emperor. So when I look at Aries through Pisces, we'll see what's going on with this Emperor and the person that might be on your mind. Because the Emperor can say, I want to make peace. I just, where I'm not hearing you clearly, or your delivery is making me, pull back. And of course, if we have a Queen of Swords that's, very demanding or freaks out or says something or doesn't say what they really mean, the Emperor card is just going to do what they do, and they're just going to, they're not going to budge. So we'll take a look at that. And this is a new start too, energy. It says we can build something solid here, but we've got to get the rules straight. We have to figure out what's going on here and what the plan is, right? So you could be making some sort of solid plan for some of you to move in a new direction in a relationship. Now with life, I see the Page of Pentacles. So things getting started, it seems like you've already maybe started things. Maybe some of you feel like you're starting at the bottom again, or some of you are afraid to start at the bottom again, especially if you're taking on a new job or you see a new opportunity. And this could also be in life too. It's fine-tuning your skills. Maybe it's a good time for you to take a look at, where you've gotten comfortable. A lot of us, we're older and we have knowledge, we have wisdom, but there's so many new things coming out. And maybe in life, we need to explore a little bit and see what other opportunities may open up for us. So something small, little small tweaks and will open doors for you. But also if you're overwhelmed in life too, the Page of Pentacles is saying just pick a path and just chip away at it. You have some good news coming in. There is an opportunity to make money this week. There's an opportunity, a doorway that shows you maybe an answer to one of your questions. What do I need to improve? What do I need, to do in my life, to get what I want? And start small is what it's saying. Now, let's see what else. The good stuff coming for you is peace of mind. And I see the Hermit card. So this here means that the good stuff coming is a whole new path and taking the higher road and learning how to take the higher road, which means learning how to have boundaries and learning how to go, to walk away, walk up, walk your own path and go in your own direction and not be afraid of what other people think. Now, the Hermit card can bring wisdom. So this week you may you may get some wisdom, some knowledge drops, and a new path may open up for you. And you may be able to take a look at where you've come from and see the meaning in it and the purpose of it. So a relief, it feels like relief for you and some solitude and some wisdom that is going to open up a new path in your life. Now, how are others showing up for you? I'm seeing the Nine of Swords. So this is where the pressure's coming in for you, Leo. It's like people come to you with their problems. People are stressing you out. People may be arguing, always have problems, dilemmas and anxiety. And it just feels like maybe this is the Eight of Cups, sometimes you got to walk away. You got to walk away from the problem. If somebody is causing you this much problem and they are stressing you out and there's just, regret or excuses or, just constant uncertainty that's even overwhelming you and all kinds of worry around you, the Eight of Cups is saying to you, this might be a time for you to go your own way. All right. So be mindful that people may be extra stressed this week around you and they may be putting a lot on you, or they may be stressing you out because they seem silent or there seems like there's something wrong, but you can't figure it out. It might not be your problem to figure out. And if it's somebody that you love and you really care about, just know that they may be going through a lot of stress and uncertainty right now. And they might not be aware that they're placing a lot of their problems on you and that you have enough of your own to carry right now. And it's actually, your nervous system's on overdrive because of other people. All right. So giving yourself some space this week is definitely showing up. The good news, it's not going to hurt. It's not giving yourself a little bit of space. You're not going to lose somebody. And if you do lose somebody because you need space, they weren't meant to be there. All right. Your advice here, the Knight of Cups, being vulnerable, being loving, opening up for some love coming in. Now, this is your season, right? So the good news is the people around you, most of you, right? It's like we all have some that stress us out, but the good news is you're the center of somebody's world. And you're going to see that your season is bringing people around you, which means if you're single, you may have the opportunity to meet somebody, somebody opening up to you with the Knight of Cups. But this is also showing that in order for you to be able to open up and be vulnerable, you've got to clear away other people's stress and do things the way you want to do things, so people can really see you, and take off the mask, and allow yourself to be vulnerable. And you can't always be strong. Be the strong one. Now, Aries through Pisces. So let's take a look at love in particular. And we're seeing love and life here. So you are seeing building blocks, but starting small. Maybe we need to talk about what we both expect in a relationship. That seems to be the big. If you're going to get something started right, we have to know, we have to understand, and we have to know, why are you putting energy into something months and months and months and months if somebody is still not even showing up at your front door, when you call them, when you ask them to, or to be there, because it's just, that can be a headache, right? The Nine of Swords. So let's take a look. Aries is in your reading. So fire is definitely showing up right now for you. So I see a conversation with an Aries this week that may, sometimes for some of you, it might be challenging to have this conversation, but we need to talk about something. We need to get something off our chest so that we can be clear about intentions here. So having that talk. Taurus, the Judgment card, all right? So we may be forgiving one another this week, or giving each other a second chance, so there's finally coming out of the darkness and saying, we need to look at what's really important here and move forward. So I see kindness and forgiveness if you have had an argument and you pass judgment. Gemini, Three of Cups, good times with a Gemini this week. Things may be softening up, or it just feels like, natural. It feels like we can get along, or we're getting along, and we might even be making plans to get together, celebrate. And that's a birthday card. Maybe you'll hear from them on your birthday if that's the case, if you haven't heard from them in a while. Cancer, the Magician card, has their eye on you, all right? So it looks like, especially if some of you are single, you got a Cancer here, very attracted to you. So you guys are pulled towards each other, and so whatever's on your minds, you're probably thinking the same thing and wanting to talk to each other. Leo, Ace of Wands, the torch is yours. Cancer's handing over the torch to you. All right, this is for you to bring some joy into your life, and you may be, having like some major ideas this week. That's, what, I want to do this, and I don't care what others think. I see you and a Leo too. You must be on the same page and getting things started this week, or starting things back up. Virgo, Six of Wands. So Virgo coming in, to resolve some conflict with you, or also just, it's whatever banter has been going on, or whatever challenges you've been having with a Virgo. It looks like we're getting past that. Libra, though, I see some tension with the Libra. So you could be dealing with some frustrations with the Libra this week. It just could be complicated. It might be they're aggravating you, or they're not listening to you, or, it just feels like another problem, another day, and can't seem to fix it, right? So you might be confronting some issues there. Scorpio, Queen of Wands. So Scorpio looking good. It looks like on top of their game, ready to move forward, sees a vision with you, wants what they want. They have your energy on them. So looking good with a Scorpio. Sagittarius is dreaming about you too, thinking about you. But this is that Eight of Cups up here. That gives me a little bit of a nervous energy, because you may choose like, all right, Sag, you're hot, everything's great, but I'm sick of, being an option or feeling like an option. I know you want me, but make a choice already. So you may be asking them to make a choice this week. Capricorn, Nine of Pentacles, Capricorn doing their thing, right? Everything looking steady and grounded with Capricorn. If they seem less available, it could be because they're busy, or they're just very independent. Aquarius, things could be ending with an Aquarius, or something's changing with an Aquarius this week. You've seen it coming, or it needs to end, something needs to change. So this could be an end into a dispute, fight, something, that a pattern, or a relationship. and Pisces. I see the 5 of Cups. I see some gloom here and disappointment with the Pisces this week. You know, they don't look too happy either. There could be some regrets, drown in their sorrows, you know, in whatever escapism they choose. You know, so you might be dealing with some muddy weather with a Pisces this week. I love you guys. Happy birthday. Hello, Virgo. We're looking at July 20th to the 26th. So let's get an oracle. Look at the energy, the challenge, what to watch for in love, the Aries through Pisces, and the good showing up. And the good news is this week, Mercury is going direct. So any exes or anything that came in during this season, at least maybe this week, you will know what to do with it. And look, the first card says, let them go. That I did not plan that. All right, I don't plan anything. All right, 18 is your number there, right? Or 9. And 9 can be solitude, independency, completion, and time to, you know, stand on our own 2 feet, right? But sometimes, you know, during retrogrades, people come back because there's situations that are unresolved, and you know, it's like we still want to know, and that is the knowing. They're coming back, but it doesn't always mean that everybody's coming back, you know, fully grounded. So their intentions may be good at first, because they're also going through a retrograde, so they're reflecting back in their past and they're trying to fix something because they're uncomfortable. But then when it clears up, the fog clears, then you realize whether or not they're serious or committed. And so this week you'll find that out. And so many of you, I'm sending the blessings. I hope that, you know, things do complete and you get the answers you're looking for, and then you can continue to move forward. Now, the other big thing that's happening is the North Node and South Node are shifting signs next week on the 26th. So, but they've been in, the South Node's been in your sign. So this is completion of this whole cycle, the last 16, 17 months, right? I believe it's in your sign. So what you've been going through, this is the completion of that. You know, this is the letting go and the closing of cycles. And now it doesn't always mean that you're letting go of a physical person, but you're letting go of that story, that dynamic, that thing that you held on to for so long, that story you lived in for so long. So let's see your energy for the week, your biggest challenge moving forward, and what else the cards have for you. All right, Virgo, sun, moon, rising, whatever you resonate with if you know your chart. 9 of Swords at the bottom of the deck, another 9. All right, so 9 of Swords. There's no more room for worrying. All right, things clearing up, and maybe you feel bad. Maybe you feel guilty. Maybe you feel like you've done all you can do. But that is forgiveness. All right. So I'm going to look at that as the 9 of Swords for you is all this worry, all this time, maybe this week, you're going to be able to sit and be like, you know, these things that I've really carried, these things that I've really let bother me, and all this frazzled energy that's been going on for the past month, mentally or physically in my body because of the retrograde. You know, I am seeing here that I didn't need to maybe worry so much. Maybe you'll have that clarity this week. And there's forgiveness, though. So you and another person too, maybe finally, you know, realizing that something is time, it's time to resolve something, end something. Your energy, the King of Pentacles. Look at you, feeling very, very grounded in yourself again. All right, so this is obviously showing a more comfortable energy, maybe not feeling so uptight, maybe feeling like things are coming back to normal, and, you know, focusing on your business too. So King of Pentacles, this week could be very important to growth when it comes to your work, your needs, your resources. And everything that you do and touch, turns to gold with this card, which means you put so much energy into everything you do. And this week you may see the fruits of all that too. Every day you show up and, even all the worry and the anxiety that you may have had, your work speaks for itself. And that comes with the way you love people, the service you do for others, and so forth. So this week, maybe you'll be seeing some of those fruits coming in. Where the things that are unseen, the things people don't call out that you do, and the things that you forget that you do, maybe this week you're going to start seeing how it really works, and where, a good person bears good fruit. There it is, right? So your biggest challenge is the Five of Swords, all right? So this is still that mental static. This is still some things, still questioning some things, still wondering about or trying to fix something, or still trying to maybe fight an old cause. And everything I just said kind of applies to this Five of Swords. You can't fix other people. And with you showing up as the King of Pentacles, it tells me that you can see this clearly. But there could be some guilt. And I feel like the guilt's coming from your side, because sometimes people are just a day late, dollar short, and you can't help your feelings. So yes, on one hand, you want to fix it. You've been waiting for something to happen. You've been wanting this to move. But on the other hand, now it's happening, and maybe somebody else is finally getting the memo. But you're realizing that the tank's empty and your focus has shifted, and it's not as important to you as it used to be, or the stress really wore you out. So that's why sometimes you work so hard to get something, by the time you get it, you're like, you can't even enjoy it. So the challenge for you this week is going to be still trying to stay in a situation, even though every part of your body is saying, I just can't worry about this anymore. I can't do this anymore. All right. My focus, I'm more grounded, and I want more stability in my life. I can't deal with people who don't have straight motives or clear intentions. There it is. Now in love, let's see. Now look at this, the Queen of Pentacles. So Venus is still in your sign. So the attention is around you. So this could also be, while even during that retrograde, and even in this energy with Venus, you have a lot of admirers. You have people that just want your attention, or people trying to have more conversations with you. And I see a relationship here, but I can see the challenge is going to be conflict between you and another person this week as well too. Maybe miscommunication, or both trying to be right about something. All right. Now you both are right in your own ways. I see, you're both very grounded, very smart. You have an earthy energy around you. So this week there could be another earth sign, Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn, and you both mean well. So just be mindful that in love, there could be some stubbornness or miscommunication, or everybody, trying to get their point across, or speaking about the other, or not seeing the other person's perspective. But this one here seems like we can solve this problem by putting our swords down and just bring some love into the situation. All right. You are being seen when it comes to love. That is it's like maybe even somebody admiring you in the background that you might not know of if you're single. All right. So just, even if you're like, I don't believe in fairy tales or whatever like that too, but always believe there's something more going on. You only know what you know, what's in front of you. All right. So setting the intention that if you are single, somebody's got their eye on you. You're looking good. So somebody may say something. And your challenge, though, it could be trust as well. And we'll look at Aries through Pisces to see what's going on. Because if you can't see somebody's clear intention, if the King of Pentacles is showing up and we see a Queen of Pentacles in love showing up, a partner, you'll be able to feel it in your body and your bones if this person is not valuing you. All right. Because it is set. This is set. Like, my Virgos should be settling into a relationship on some level, feeling pretty comfortable by now if you've been working on it, working towards it, or have somebody important in your life. Knowing where they stand, knowing what this relationship is. Now in life, I see the Hanged Man. So you are going through kind of a situation that may feel like to you, like, I don't know what this is. And I don't know what's going on. I don't feel like the old self. I don't feel like my I don't know what the hell, they're talking about the split, whatever. And this is where there's really not much you can do right now except kind of be, all right, in the situation. Not much is crazy changing for you in the current circumstances, but there could be a lot more going on behind the scenes as you're going through this transition, learning to let go of this past year of what you have learned, and moving into a new chapter with this Hanged Man card. So if there's sacrifices that you have to make in life, and you may be making some sacrifices this week. You may be making sacrifice with your time, with with work, and maybe working more or working less, or cutting some people out or cutting some habits out that are no longer serving you. So things that are demanding your attention, that are really important, are going to be where you focus. But the things that are your old you are leaving your life right now. So it could feel a little bit uncertain at times, right? So the good stuff coming in, though, because there could be something hidden behind the scenes that you're not seeing yet. And I'm seeing the 6 of Wands. All right. So we're talking about rewards and recognition here. You might not be seeing it yet. You've got both King and Queen of Pentacles showing up in your reading, showing high status, showing abundance, showing your hard work paying off. All right. Try not to sweat the small stuff right now. Life is going to be looking good for you with that 6 of Wands. Now, that doesn't mean like the money tree is going to fall, but it shows successes. It shows, I'm going to say maybe the money tree will fall. Right? Let's not say that's not possible. But this is saying this week, you may notice some wins. You may notice you're getting attention more. You may notice you're turning heads. You may notice people appreciating you more when it comes to your work, when it comes to your relationships. You may be getting through some matter with relationships that have been very challenging, and something good coming in. So leveling up, and some of you, this could be a position upgrade. And also just, you've been busting your ass. Maybe you're going to get an extra payout. Pay attention. Somebody could just tip you more, or, your boss forgot to add something on your paycheck and you get a little more, something like that. But you are seeing, pay attention to the little wins this week. How are people showing up for you? And I see the Empress card. That's just, very abundant. They find you very beautiful, magnetic, and very nourishing to be around. They feel this warmth from you. They love being around you in every sense and feel good with you. So you must really make somebody feel really good, if not a lot of people. They see you come in and they love your company. So people could be also very nurturing towards you this week too. And, more people showing up and very caring, and the right people that are showing up, growing around you. And, a gift could come in. Somebody could give you a gift. This is the energy of people that are meant to continue growing with you. Those who are not being loving and nurturing and tending to you or your needs, or being mindful and respectful of you and your needs. And it goes both ways, right? But I'm focusing on that. Those people there are the ones that you may be getting clear on the situation and saying, it's not even that I have to really do anything. It might even be that you're just feeling, with this Hanged Man, like, I just can't fake it anymore. I want to be there. I know you're here. I want, but I just can't be here anymore. It's just, I'm not feeling it. So your advice before I get in is the Ace of Swords, pulling up that sword here. Some things are going to be difficult this week to make those cuts, but, sometimes you're just calling somebody out on their BS. Sometimes it's throwing in the towel and saying, I'm not fighting this battle anymore, but speaking up and being clear about your intentions and asking questions and making sure people are very clear about their intention. Now, Aries through Pisces. So let's see. You got some good stuff coming in here. Now, again, I already said it. You're being admired. People loving on you. It looks like growth, very practical energy around love. You got the Hanged Man and you've got the Let Them Go. All right. So let's see what it says with Aries through Pisces. Aries, Four of Pentacles. All right. You might be holding on too tightly, trying to keep something, salvage something. You know, there is something there, but is it enough? Are you feeling safe? Are you feeling protected? It looks like you might be holding on really, really strongly. And you got an Aries too that, you know, is there and keeps showing up maybe. But then they withdraw when things get tough, or they are kind of selfish with their time and energy. So this is the energy they're showing up in. It doesn't mean they won't show up, but you're still dealing with this Four of Pentacles, like trying to pry their heart open. Taurus, Page of Pentacles. Taurus, got a new understanding, new day, new start. All right. I have a lot of earth energy showing up for my Virgos. So you're looking at Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn energy this week might be really good. Maybe we're figuring things out, starting to understand each other, or want to make amends, or we just want to get to know each other a little bit more. So pay attention to a Taurus's actions, you know, what they're doing, not what they're saying, what they're doing. All right. And we have Gemini, same thing. We have them coming in here, trying to show up and make something work. Persistent, very persistent, very grounded energy. So if you are connected with anybody again this week, it does look like that we're knowing whether or not things are going to really take root, and they're going to grow from here. So good energy here, but take it slow. Cancer, I see the High Priestess. You still have a Cancer kind of hanging in the background. Could be a secret admirer, but they do have feelings for you, and they're holding back. Maybe they're observing you, just trying to see how you act or respond to others or what you're doing. But they're holding back more than they're saying. All right, we have Leo, 10 of Pentacles. You and Leo looking like you're hanging out, getting together, doing the daily things together, the daily grind, or you're both focusing on your daily grind, but you have a lot in common and you're still invested in the connection, and it could lead to somewhere amazing. Virgo, the Star card is your card. I absolutely love this, right? This is just believe in the possibility of your life just, you know, shifting and things like really getting really good for you. You know, the Star card is a gentle card for me because it's like your wishes coming true, but at the same time, like it was hell to get there. All right. So it's not an easy card either. It's like, I've been calling in faith, calling in God. I got this. And then, yes, here it is finally, you know, so there's a lot of healing that happens in that process too. So you and another Virgo kind of going through the same thing and not losing hope in the situation. And so that's it. You know, whatever you're going through, just focus on the positive when it comes to this one. Libra coming in to spark things up with you. Again, this does feel like a new energy too. Obviously, you got a couple new aces here. So you have a Libra very interested in you, got, you know, wanting to actually physically talk to you or get together with you. Scorpio, King of Cups. Scorpio showing up in their feels. Scorpio showing up in their best suit. All right. So I see deepening intimacy or deepening of your connection with the Scorpio. Sagittarius, there could be an ending. This could be one where you just know you have to let it go. It might not be for everybody. If you just met an amazing Sagittarius, maybe things are about to change for you. Maybe they just left a situation. You did. Take it slow. But if you're dealing with a Sag and you know it, it's time to leave the past in the past. Capricorn, Queen of Wands. So Cap is looking good, feeling good, wanting something with you, definitely feeling the heat. You may get them showing up very active and very chatty with you this week. Scorpio, Sag, Cap. Aquarius, also a shift in the energy with an Aquarius, all right? You know, if it's been stagnant, we got a lot of different opportunities here to really talk, get together, hang out. Things might seem a little bit more chatty and exciting this week when it comes to an Aquarius. And Pisces, Knight of Wands. So things happening pretty quickly with a Pisces too. All right, so very passionate, very spontaneous, and very fun energy with the Pisces. You know, if it's something that you're looking for, here it comes. I love you guys. Take care. Libra, July 20th to the 26th. Let's get an oracle for the week and then dive into the energy and what to watch for in love. Aries through Pisces with that. And the good stuff. Let's see. Gold. All right, I'll take it before I read it. Gold. Maybe you're going to find some gold. Go digging for some gold. You have 36. You have the number 9. All right, so this is also a card of abundance as well and completion. And you don't need someone else to fix you is the message here on this card. You can do this. You can do this yourself. And that may not resonate with everybody. Some of you are like, oh, damn, I've been taking care of myself. I've been doing this. I know how to fix myself. You know I can hear it because I'm that way. But the other thing, though, sometimes there's some issues that we don't realize, that we think we need somebody else in our life or somebody else to help us, and then we hold on to people that aren't really adding value to our life. You know, and we just feel like, you know, we need somebody there or want somebody there, because then what's wrong with us if nobody is there? So it can bring up a lot of issues. So let's see what's going on with tarot with this, because I feel like, you know, some of you may think that life would be easier or better with somebody in your life, and I feel like that's a trap for some people, that you end up choosing a person that might not be right for you. It's not who would be the best for you. All right. Let's go back to that gold stamp here. Let's see what's gold. What's gold coming in for you? Maybe some gold, some money. You have some, you know, 9 of Swords. Maybe you guys really stressing about something. Virgo got that too. This is a different kind of energy, though. It's like the 9 of Swords, you know, the Mercury is going direct now, and there's been a lot of worry, a lot of stress, and going on. And this is where this week is some, you know, clarity. We don't need to worry about so many things all the time. There's just so much more that you can do. And I don't want to get stuck on that, but it's really trying to come through here, this anxiety or worry over maybe getting your needs met. Knight of Swords. This is where you could rush into decisions and panic. All right. You know, it's like, I need something now. I got to make a choice now. I got to make a decision now. Be very impulsive. And it can also be communication, like really coming at somebody or coming at people with a lot of anxiety, a lot of anxiousness, because you really want somebody or want to talk to somebody or want somebody in your life, and your focus is so on this person or on people in your life or on a situation in your life. And it can become intense with this energy. It can just feel very defensive at times too. You know, and this is where you may be also assuming things to be true that are not true, because anxiety and fear is running the show here. Your biggest challenge is the Emperor card. All right, so I am seeing here, you know, there's something around your foundation, your job, your work, your life, where it just doesn't feel stable. And maybe you've made a lot of decisions and you impulsively react to decisions or opportunities, and you jump in quickly, only to find out that some of these choices are short-lived, or they're not as promising as they once seemed to be. And then you'll get focused on it and try to make something work, and building a foundation that's not stable to begin with. So this week, you really in love, especially, you could be really questioning the foundations of your relationships, especially if it's causing your nervous system to go crazy. It's like, you can't live like this. You can't live in this uncertainty. And your foundation seems to be unstable is what's coming up. Now, that's not for every one of you, but some of you may be forgetting how grounded, how strong you are. And your focus is on the external. And it's causing you to make decisions that if you were grounded, would you really make this decision? Would this be the best choice for you? So in love, I am seeing the Page of Cups, right? So I am seeing there's a love story starting here. And there is some love here. The relationship foundation, though. So we're seeing the Emperor card, though, and that's the challenge is, all right, well, I feel it. Maybe you're dealing with somebody a little bit younger than you, or maybe you just have, your heart just wants to connect with somebody and you really want to be vulnerable and you want somebody else to love on you, but you're not sure how strong this relationship is, or you can't seem to get it off the ground. And somebody showing up and you're not sure which direction a relationship is going in. This is always cute and fun and it's a relationship that's moving along, but maybe it's not meant to move at the pace that you're wanting it to move at. Love is trying to be gentle and soft for you. Love's trying to play. Love's trying to grow and take things one day at a time, but in a very emotional way, like really connecting in a joyful way. But when we're stressed about our own foundation, our own living situation, or our own job situation, or just not feeling safe in life in general, right? Because that can happen too if you were, just always raised in some sort of chaos. The challenge of the Emperor can be chaos. It can be like, I'm always living in survival mode. And so I make all these quick decisions because I'm always in survival mode. And then it's not strong, it's not stable. So even doing that with love, you never know if it's stable. So it's hard to see the love that's in a relationship if this energy is taken over for you. You may misread your person's intention if you're all over the place, right? Or if you're uncertain about, or you're living in fear because of security, right? So love is showing up, and we're going to look at Aries through Pisces, and we're going to see, what's really going on here and why maybe you feel like there's no direction, or you're not sure which direction to go in when it comes to love. You've got to plant your seeds. You've got to ground in and decide and make a choice, what I need to do first for me. And then the direction of the relationship will start to take form. Life, I see the 9 of Wands. So this is where I feel like it's really kind of hitting you. I feel like love is actually better than you think, but if life is stressing you out, you're not going to see the clarity when it comes to love. You're going to maybe need more, or not realize that you're needed more from a situation, or you're showing up differently for a situation because you're fueled by some sort of anxiety. Now, the 9 of Wands, I mean, it looks like you've worked really hard. You've worked really hard up to this point, and you feel like you're on your own. You feel like you are doing it on your own, but you don't feel stable or don't feel grounded, and you're just wishing somebody would maybe help partake or help, but this is, telling you got it. Don't give up. You're almost there, right? So I feel like, especially when it comes to career, you're about to get clarity. So if you've been kind of in this setback when it comes to life, and you just feel like uncertain, and, no matter what you do, you're tired, you're just tired and exhausted from always putting in everything. You're so close to a new direction here where, the setback maybe has been the retrograde, where it was for you to kind of take a look at where you are putting all your energy and where you are showing up, maybe doing too much, or always trying to take on too much because you're used to doing everything on your own. Now, both of these cards can indicate that, very defensive energy because I have to do everything on my own. And, but deep inside, you know, you kind of wish you had somebody to help you out at times, and you're not feeling grounded. But you're also, at the same time, this energy can be a warrior energy, and it might also not be letting somebody in. All right. And so that can be a challenge as well. Let's take a look at the good stuff coming in. I feel like your reading really wants to go deep, and I'm, you know, it's kind of going, and that's this energy right here. So Gemini, Uranus and Gemini, Mars and Gemini, could really be adding some fuel to your life right now, the direction of your life, and just feeling like it's getting tough. It just feels tough. And it could be just a momentarily type of thing, because even with the Emperor card showing here, this here tells me that you know what you're doing. You know how to get it done. You know how to, you've done it before. All right. There's nothing really holding you back, except maybe, you know, a lot of things hit you at once. All right, so the good stuff coming in, I see the Fool card. All right, so there is a break here. There is a path opening up for you. As Mercury maybe goes direct now, things are starting to clear up and open up. And, you know, you might not have all the answers this week. It might not be fully, you know, where's it going to lead? Because the Libra wants all the answers, all the questions. What if I go and do this? And, you know, what if this happens? What if that happens? You know, and the Fool card is saying, just see where the path takes you, right? It's going to be clear path opening up for some of you, especially if you're making a choice about your home, work, or foundation, all right? And it's like, you just got to go for it, right? New experiences coming your way, a new path. You know, this old path of headache seems to be wanting to leave your life. But for some of you, you know, it is going to take you not waiting for somebody else to come, you know, to make it right, or to come into your life and to do it for you. You know, you are still having to ground in your own life again, you know, don't give up. And it's going to get you to where you want to go this week. Aries energy is very strong for you, and Uranus is showing up. So don't get convicted on every little thing that happens. Try to focus on the positive things that are happening right now, because it can seem like little things are just trying to spat out everywhere. And the Nine of Swords can make you feel extremely overwhelmed with fear, when it might not be as complicated as you might be thinking. And maybe it is. And if it is, I'm sending you love. How other people are showing up for you. All right. You know, they may be a little bit more open. Actually, that card wanted to come in reverse. I just put it upright. So it does feel like you do have support around you. All right. Maybe your friends actually showing up for you, delivering, you know, being more open, being more warm, being more given, being more solid with you. All right. So this, you know, could be where, you know, you really know who's really in it with you. People trying to help you, people trying to offer you advice on how to build your foundation. Maybe, you know, if you are struggling with finances, maybe there's friends that are offering you some help, or, you know, but you do have people around you that are there and willing to support and help you grow this week. So reach out to the ones that really support you, really care about you. Your advice, Ace of Wands, take the torch. You got to take the torch, and you got to take action, right? You got to go for it. It does seem like there's something new coming in for you this week, and it could bring more steadiness to your life. All right. Now, that may not be for everybody, so I hope that did reach the ones that needed to reach. Let's take a look at love. You do see that here's the truth that I'm seeing. And Page of Cups. Somebody's got some love for you. Somebody's got some heart for you. Somebody, you know, really sees you, right? And a relationship definitely has the chance to evolve here, right? With this card, you know, we can really learn from each other, but we got to take our problems out of the situation. Got to take life out of the situation, right? You know, it's like, this Nine of Wands can make you guarded. It can make you very stressed. It can make you question everything. It can make you come across very intense, you know, at times. And, you know, oftentimes, you know, you may be very guarded, and you might be soft, you might be like, oh no, I don't come across as intense, right? But we do things and we react to situations when we're under stress differently than we would if we weren't. And you just can't, you don't always, you have blind spots, you can't always see it happening, and other people will pick it up and be like, what's the problem? But you see how this here can bleed into your love relationships, and maybe stress out the situation, that really the problem isn't the relationship. The problem is what's going on behind the scenes or in your life, that might be going on. And it could be a temporary situation that you're dealing with. This isn't about you being like this, I'm the problem. Please don't say that. All right. This is about, we're just looking at what's going on, and a technical little tweak here that might be bleeding into relationships. You're working through something big here. You're not a problem here. It looks like life's handing you a handful. All right. So Aries, I see the Knight of Wands. You have an Aries that really feels you, really feels connected to you, really enjoys your company, and likes to have fun. But they're a little bit more upbeat and a lot of fun, and they like to keep things fun and see where they go. All right. So I do see an Aries coming in. There's chemistry there. There's a chance this week here to really have a good time, and see where things go. Taurus, the Nine of Cups. So a lot of love here too. With the Taurus, seems like they really admire you. So something pleasant coming out of a relationship with the Taurus this week, bringing the love in, and, just maybe they're showing some gratitude towards you this week. Gemini, I see the World card. So getting closure with a Gemini this week. Things coming together, really feeling like either complete in one way or another. It's like, all right, I'm complete. I know where I stand, or I know where we stand, and I know what's happening. So we can move forward now, right? So that can be different for each and every one of you, however that shows up. But having the solid conclusion to what's really going on here. Cancer, things growing between you and a Cancer. They really love being around you. They have a lot of love for you. They find you very beautiful and attractive. So something beautiful could manifest with you and a Cancer this week as well, too. Leo, 8 of Pentacles. All right. So you got this. You're working through any kind of little setbacks or whatever, but you guys are both pretty much on the same page when it comes to working in commitments and details, right? So you guys will come together, figure it out one way or another. If you notice that they're a little bit less attentive, it could be that they're distracted by other things. Virgo, the High Priestess. So Virgo's got their eye on you. Maybe just feeling the need to hold back for a minute so they can figure things out, right? There's feelings there. And, when you have the High Priestess, then you have feelings, depending on what kind of situation you're in. Sometimes the only thing you can really do is go quiet, because you don't want to make the wrong choice, and you don't want to make the wrong move. So there could be some silence between you and a Virgo. Libra, Page of Swords. So it's getting clear-headed, asking the right questions. And I am seeing a conversation between you and another Libra. All right, there is some restless energy, but we need to figure things out. So we just need to slow down and talk. There could be communication where we need to really slow down and make sure we're getting our point across. Often leads to good news here, hearing from them. Scorpio, 5 of Swords. A lot of stress between you and a Scorpio. There could be a lot of other things going on behind the scenes. There could be, just a lot of mental energy, or just not seeing eye to eye, stress right now. So there is some challenges this week. You guys may find yourself either walking away temporarily, or maybe confronting it. There is a way. The 5 of Swords says, if we can talk this out, if we can figure out what the problem is, we can get through it and evolve from it. Sagittarius, you have the Sun card. So Sag, really feeling good about this connection, feeling good about you. This could be even for some of you, a new romance, but deepening your connection with a Sagittarius this week. Just really feeling like you've got their attention. Capricorn, we also see things clearing up with you and a Capricorn as well. You know, sometimes things have been challenging, you know, but they're teaching us to grow and bringing you guys closer together or in alignment with each other this week. Aquarius, well, you got the Seven of Swords. You may want to be careful with that because, you know, they could be sneaking around, not always being honest, or just, you know, and it doesn't have to be super negative. It just can be that they're just wearing a mask, always, you know, being deceitful in some way. And it's not always obvious, right? So you need to ask questions when it comes to that and ask yourself if you can trust it. Pisces, I'm seeing Three of Pentacles, very supportive energy too with a Pisces. So you may notice this week that a Pisces is there for you, wanting to be there for you, wanting to connect. I love you guys. Libra, the last couple reads for you have been, you know, a little bit like this. And I just have to go with it and see, because there could be somebody that needs to hear this. But I hope all is well, and I'm sending you lots of blessings. All right, Scorpio, July 20th to the 26th. Let's get an oracle for you and then dive into the week's energy, challenge, love and life, and the good coming in. Aries to Pisces too. The Sun card. Yay. Paint the sun back into your sky, the number 11. Oh, wow. All right. So very good energy. I'm loving it. It's due time. You know, maybe many of you, I'm Scorpio, maybe sometimes we just kind of retreat. It just feels like it's a little bit, you know, darker, or you just stay behind the scenes and you think a lot, or you keep to yourself, and you can go and, you know, just into those places, you know, that you go. And now it's like the sky is clearing up. And with this, paint the sun back into your sky, it's asking you to really take charge and of what you are bringing into your life right now. Things that bring you happiness and joy and creativity. And, you know, it's sort of like the sky's the limit in a sense, but it's also a blank canvas. Like you've gone through a transformation, maybe for many of you. And this is one of these times, very spiritual, where it's saying, now it's time to create your new narrative, your new story, right? And a lot of you may have a hard time trusting this, especially if you've gone through some, you know, some stuff. And Scorpio stuff is always deep and, you know, right to the gut. You know what I mean? It's like, do I trust this, that things are actually clearing up for you? Do you trust that you can be happy again? You can start creating, and it's not going to get stolen from you or taken from you, or you're not going to get sideswiped. So let's see what's going on. You have the sun, and I've been excited for Leo energy. I always am, and you know, it's just a good time, and Jupiter there, and highlighting certain aspects of your life. So mainly where it's highlighted for you could even be in your career. So your career sector. So things can finally lighten up or shine for you, and seeing some good news come in. And maybe some of you even entrepreneurship. Maybe you're thinking about finally stepping out there and being seen. So again, if you've been hiding, this is where it's time to come out of the hiding and be seen again. Let's see. Ooh, tarot. I was trying to move the cards. Let's see tarot. All right, Scorpio. Energy of the week. King of Pentacles showing up for you. So there could be a person, Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn, very influential in your life. But this is also status change. This is very powerful energy. This is working towards growth, things that make you feel comfortable, safe, and secure, and really payouts, right? So if you've been working really hard, this is payout time. This is stepping up and taking responsibility and finally having your groove back, you know? So King of Pentacles, all also is boss energy. So some of you could be leveling up in your career. And I see the Knight of Pentacles. So everything I've been saying here, it's like you've been working, right? Working for it. It's not like it's magical. It's not like, you just wake up and, sometimes that does happen. This is actual physical manifestations of things that you've been working on, things that you value and care about and have put a lot of effort and detail into. And it could be love too. You put so much into it. And now maybe there's something coming in. You're finally seeing that treasure at the end of the road here where you can trust it. You made it, you created it. Very strong earthy energy. There could be a shakeup too to your routine. Maybe there's a lot more going on in your daily energy as well with that Knight of Pentacles. Some of you may be just deciding to completely change your schedule. The energy of the week, the Page of Pentacles. So this is where it's getting started too. All right. So everything that I'm just saying here, is a lot of what could be the next chapter coming in, the next cycle that we're going through, the next month that we're going through, even the rest of the year that we're going through with that kind of energy, with the Knight of Pentacles and the King of Pentacles. But the Page of Pentacles this week is where you are seeing the doorways. You're seeing this opportunity and this this getting things started, getting the something off the ground this week. All right, we got to take that step forward. Now this is a good news when it comes to money and making money, and possibly a gift, from somebody that, hey, I owe you something. Maybe it could be that, or I was thinking about you and you deserve this. I was thinking about you in that way. Page of Pentacles, making amends this week. So some of you could be making amends with somebody with this kind of energy. Like there was a misunderstanding and I feel like, maybe we can figure it out. Let's take the next step to figure something out. So what is your biggest challenge with all this? And I see there it is, the Seven of Swords. All right. This is where, it's hard to trust again. It's hard to believe something is going to really work. It's hard to, and so stepping slowly into it, and being suspicious. That's the suspicious energy. It looks like you're in the spotlight. It looks like this is your time to make your moves. And it feels like you're just afraid to get your foot wet again, all right? Or you're afraid to trust again. And you may have been lied to before. And, it's like that's really hard to accept somebody's apology. Especially if somebody does come in who has lied to you. This can be a confession and you making a decision whether or not you want to honor this. Am I going to do this again? Seeing clearly to any kind of lies that you're telling yourself, excuses that you're making to take that move this week, that is going to be one of your biggest challenges too. It's like talking yourself out of a really good opportunity. So a lot of work, it looks like, going into your week this week. In love, I see the Seven of Wands. This is where too, it feels like, people are trying to see you. People are trying to get through and connect with you, but you may have your walls up and kind of trying to push people away without meaning to. It's like you've got a block, you've got boundaries. There seems to be, I'm terrified to really, trust somebody's intention. Can you see this? You're really defensive and constantly defending yourself because of the past or something that may have just recently happened. The Page of Pentacles is reminding you this week, just take it slow, open up. It looks like you have very much a lot of sincere energy around you and people really trying to get to know you. Now, the Seven of Wands too, and the Seven of Swords is going to reflect here in the Aries through Pisces for you. And it's going to tell me where some people you just know that you have to protect yourself from. You can't trust somebody always coming in, broken promises and so forth, and you're tired of it. And this is where the Sun card is here. It's like this is a time for you to really be developing deep loving relationships with people, especially your community, and wasting time with people that like this, that you just know you can't trust. I mean, to me, it feels like it's your journey, your story. but at the same time, you're making your situation more difficult by staying in it or staying around it, because there's opportunities around you with that sunshine and for new romance, and true unconditional love to start blooming for you in your life. Now, your life position, I see the Six of Cups. I love this too. It feels like being recognized, finally being seen, finally feeling the love. And this is where this energy here, you've got really good people around you. You've got, this is even soulmate energy. Maybe you're attracting in soulmates, people into your life, new friendships, new relationships, new jobs, where you're just being seen and you're feeling like, people are, just always around you or giving you something or wanting to be around you or wanting to talk to you or reaching out to you, right? And a lot of people reaching out to my Scorpios right now, like, hey, I'm here, and talk to me. So let's, again, it's sort of taking off the mask and being in the present moment, being present with people and people wanting to be present with you. Now, this energy here is going to be a super contrast between this, because the right people are going to feel really good. And it's going to be uncomfortable for you, because if you have dealt with a lot of boundaries being broken or bullshit, we'll just go with that. It's going to be hard in life to let people in right now that are trying to come in. So discernment is going to be a big thing right now, and learning how to trust. And that's where the people that you just can't trust, like, how many times they got to show you, this is a different energy. The contrast is clear. All right. So the good stuff coming in, Queen of Cups. Relationships maturing this week. Relationships getting more intimate. The bonds getting more intimate this week with the right people. And success when it comes to business and creativity as well. You're feeling very creative, feeling very motivated to express your feelings as well, and other people expressing their feelings to you as well. So it feels like this week there's some love, there's some nurturing, there's some deepening of connection, and maybe your intuition really lightening up this week too. Like, you really just feel on point. How others might be showing up, Page of Swords, very communicative. So other people wanting to talk to you, people wanting to see what's up, people asking you questions, people curious about you, a lot of new energy. So you could have new people trying to show up around you in your life, and getting together. People very chatty, people, so this is a week too where maybe a lot of people want to talk to you, asking you questions. And so if you've been a little bit nervous to open up here, this is where it might be hard to not open up. So people are kind of challenging you to let down your guards, and let them in. A person could show up in your life this week that is very beneficial to you. Very beneficial, because that's good stuff coming in as well too. Someone that brings an opportunity to your life. Very nurturing energy. Your advice, the King of Swords. Open up. That's just what I'm getting. Maybe you've got your guards up, you're on lockdown, or you're kind of being so serious and everything is black and white, and you're having a hard time really trusting anybody. And it's making you maybe come across as very stoic and detached. I am seeing that you're being asked, Scorpio, to bring the sun back into your life, and healing energy here with this energy as well. You're ready is what I got. It's like you're ready to make those choices, to cut the right people out, and cut the stories out, and to rebuild trust in relationships again. King of Swords is showing up for you, and a Queen of Cups. So you have earth, water, and air here showing up for you. But let's look at Aries through Pisces and see what's going on here. Aries, the Emperor. All right, Aries looking good. Foundation looks pretty strong. All right, so Aries coming in this week, reaching out. Let's connect, let's talk, let's, ground in on this relationship. both of you kind of guarded, but I feel like with your Aries, they can see right through that. So you guys will, figure it out. It's going to be challenging with you and an Aries, but you guys seem to, want to do this, want to get it going. Taurus, Page of Wands. So lighten things up with a Taurus and be more playful. It looks like some fun energy coming in with the Taurus. Let's explore. We both want this. We're both attracted, but it could be we need to lighten things up. We need to have more fun and not take things so serious. All right. It looks like these two here are kind of looking good, wanting to get closer to you. Gemini, really good. The Sun card. So this could be, some of this can be new relationships coming in for you, Scorpio. The Sun card, Gemini just is taken by you, really likes you, really wants to see you, really wants to embrace this connection and see it grow. So good energy around a Gemini. Cancer, right? Things also moving forward, getting clarity with a Cancer. And it's fun. You got a lot of fire here, Scorpio, a lot of fire showing up for you. So I guess this is asking you to, have some fun, bring some joy into your life, go with it and be seen, because it looks like it's going to be hard for you not to be seen this week as well. People really want to connect with you, so lots of messages with a Cancer. Leo, the Hanged Man, I feel like nothing's changed with the Leo. And, just let it be, right? Maybe it's not the time, there's some space, silence with you and a Leo. Give it more time so that you guys can see things differently. Virgo, getting over a difficult situation and moving forward with a Virgo, right? Things looking pretty clear and easy this week with you guys. And Libra, happy times, home life, building a commitment, building a foundation with the Libra. It seems like you guys really connect well, and there could be an event that you're going to as well, or an invitation. Scorpio, Ace of Swords. So this is your breakthrough energy. It's going to be difficult to say that thing, to speak up, to be seen, to start a new contract, to commit. It's going to be hard for you with that Seven of Swords as your challenge, to be able to allow people in, to talk to people, to be real with people, and to trust people. But I do see you and another Scorpio kind of on the same page here. So you guys could be communicating and having a conversation this week. Sagittarius is lighting up your life this week with some fun, more fire energy with a Sagittarius. Take it. All right, let's have some fun, see where things go. But of course, if you can't trust anybody, any of these guys, or women, right? Capricorn, Queen of Swords. So confession with a Capricorn, right? Maybe seeing things differently, maybe lighten things up, having a better conversation, or just keeping things light. But, very chatty energy with the Capricorn. Aquarius, Wheel of Fortune. So your luck's changing with an Aquarius this week. Things turning around for you, or another chance to turn things around. And Pisces kind of mulling over every problem, that could possibly be going wrong. So they may be feeling, uncertain about this connection, where it just feels like, I don't know, no matter what, we just have a lot of challenges, and they could be focusing on the worst thing happening, or afraid to invest and then find out that they're going to get burned or hurt. So they're still kind of in that energy. Scorpio, I love you. All right, Sagittarius, July 20th to the 26th. Let's get an oracle and then get into your spread for the week. Justice is coming. You got the Witch card. Number 27, 9 is your number as well for this week if you're into numerology. Completion. 9 is, also abundance and success. And it's showing that something that, you have been maybe carrying or holding for a while, and just feel like, I did all I can, and, others aren't showing up for me, or somebody, did something and maybe you haven't spoke of it, but it feels like sometimes those things that we really keep to ourselves are being justified this week. All right. It's not one of those things where it's like, demanding or that's in your face, but this feels more like you've been carrying something, and and you didn't always have the answers why something happened or why somebody chose to make a decision or to do something the way they did. And but the guilt is weighing on somebody, something specific. And also, I feel like even if somebody has done you wrong, or many things have happened in your life that feel and like it's just been one injustice after the next, this card here can indicate that a door is opening for you where your success is going to be what the justice is, when others will look, or you'll be happy, or you'll be doing something this week that others are going, um, you know, I didn't see that coming, but you don't even have to say anything. Just your rewards, your recognition, and the things that you're attaining or have attained, is what's going to be that justice. You know, it's like, you should have been good to me. Should have been good. Is that Tina Turner? Should have been good. I don't know. I got it totally wrong. But let's take a look at your energy with tarot. And I hope this is a major kicking the balls for somebody else for you. I'm sorry, God. I'm like, it's like I'm still working on that forgiveness thing myself, but this is one of these. Sometimes it's just your own happiness and your successes is what really, really is the karma. Oh my, the justice card, right? So this is double. It's a something deep matter, legal, and this could be even with the government taxes, legal stuff like that, monies, inheritances, things like that, business. So something's getting cracked open. Maybe this is some debt getting paid, some questions being answered, something being clear and settled, a settlement. And, and it's in your favor. Justice twice. So the energy this week is the King of Cups on top of all that, right? Now this is you. And this is deep. This is Scorpio energy. So some of you Sages, your inner world is speaking through these cards right now. So on the outside, you might be chipper and fun and sad, but Sag, I said Sag, not sad. Being your good old self. But on the inside, it seems like you've been carrying something, a betrayal, or you've been very patient and calm, and you've done a lot of healing and forgiveness yourself and moving forward. And this is one of these weeks where something that you have kept so hidden and deep and intimate to yourself is finally being resolved. What's your biggest challenge, if anything, this week? Sounds like a lucky week for you. Your biggest challenge is the Eight of Cups. Still having feelings, just enough. Still having remnants or feelings about something or someone who never fully shows up for you. And you can't shake it. But even with the justice and even with, the clarity, it's hard for you to move on into the unknown. The most difficult choice is walking away. So as a matter really closes and completes itself, and you are getting the truth, it's still very hard for you to, for some reason, and that could run pretty deep. Your reading is going in a deeper level, that you still, no matter what somebody does to you or says, you still keep the door open. You're afraid to close the door. You're afraid to move on from it, afraid to see what else is out there, afraid to commit to something new. Some of you, the challenge is, that this week. In love specific, I see the Seven of Swords for you. Some confession or truth, and whether or not you can trust the situation. Now, this is going to play out in Aries through Pisces. So apparently my Sagittarius really need to know the truth about something, or need to be, have some apology or justice. And the challenge is knowing something the way it is, and it's still not fulfilling you, but are you going to stick around, or are you going to move on from it? Something or someone in love isn't being completely clear, transparent, or honest with you, and or you're not being honest with yourself. So let's look at life. I see the Two of Swords too. So it seems like in life too, you're kind of feeling torn in two different directions as well. It's like, am I ready for something new? Your heart might be calling you somewhere new. And your mind, maybe you're distracting yourself. Maybe you're afraid to make that decision. And, this is you got to go for it. You got to do the new thing when it comes to life. Do the new thing. Get out of the old story. All right. So there could be some difficult choices that you have to make when it comes to your life in general. And could even be between relationships for some of you. This could play out too in that, it's like resolving some issue with somebody, making a decision to leave a relationship to get with somebody, or cutting out a relationship because it's not going anywhere, but you're still with somebody, those kind of things. And, let's see the good stuff coming in. All right, Page of Swords. There's the messages. There's the communication. There's the text. There's the door that opens things up. This might be making plans to go somewhere. This is travel too. Do I really want to go somewhere and get away for a while? This could be an acceptance letter, approval, a loan, and I'm saying all these things because of the Justice card too. It's like a lot of good stuff this week, a lot of good opportunities. You could be getting an invitation to go somewhere fun. So despite a lot of these other things, something good coming out of this that is going to bring the karma, to the situation that you potentially walking away from. Your happiness, you turning and going somewhere else, doing something new. Let's see how others are showing up for you. And I see the Ace of Cups. There could be some new love coming in this week. This could be where the blessing is. Someone finally maybe giving you the straight offer, the straight answer. I'm really interested. I really want this, right? Somebody really has feelings for you, has love for you, and compassionate and warm. So where there may be some sacrifices, or some that aren't being, it feels like you're stuck on somebody. Regardless, it looks like somebody's trying to enter your life this week. Your advice, the King of Swords, you kind of got the same thing Scorpio got. It's hard to trust, but it's also hard to make the hardest decision. Walk away. All right. You seem to be confused about things, but a King of Swords isn't confused. A King of Swords, yes or no. It's a yes or no. And detach and just go for the one that is going to really, truly be good for you long term. Aquarius, Libra, Gemini, and Cancer, Pisces, Scorpio. You have 2 kings showing up for you. So you do have difficult choices to make. Overall, it does seem like real love is trying to enter your life. All right, let's look at Aries through Pisces. I mean, God, you know, sad. Sometimes you get the most amazing. This is an amazing read. It actually started, you know, it should feel really good, but the hardest part is the challenge. All right, Aries, 5 of Wands, a lot of conflict with an Aries. Seems like they're excuses, making, you know, if they're causing fights, they're causing fights for a reason. And maybe this is where you got to detach, especially if you've been down this road several times. You know, it just feels like they're causing a lot of grief for you or challenges. And Taurus, the 10 of Wands, I mean, this has been hard, a hard, long journey story. You know, it's like no more excuses. Difficult decision to drop this one. And maybe at a later date, things will clear up. Gemini, the Judgment card. All right, so it looks like truth is being revealed, but forgiveness is coming in with a Gemini. It's like we can reveal truths, we can talk about things, but now we need to decide where it's going. And it looks like your relationship could turn in a new direction. Cancer, Queen of Cups. So loving and nurturing energy coming in with a Cancer, and, you know, deepening your relationship wherever you're at, deepening it this week. It's becoming more meaningful. Leo, 7 of Cups, right? Always keeping the options open. You know, that you know there's feelings there, but are they making you feel comfortable? Are they enough? Are they showing up? Are you feeling chosen? Or are you constantly sitting in this waiting, you know, for them to reach out, and you get this high when they do because they make you feel so important, but yet there's still something always missing. There's something always going on. Virgo, 7 of Pentacles. We're also making choices with a Virgo too. You know, is this something that's been ongoing? Has everything just kind of become routine and we're not seeing any improvements? You may be questioning that this week. It doesn't mean you can't continue the way you are, but it looks like things are stagnant between the two of you. It needs room for improvement. Libra, Queen of Wands. Libra speaking a different tune here. Right, Libra trying to step up. They're feeling very drawn to you, and you know, you could get some action from a Libra this week. Scorpio, the Star card. Right, throughout whatever challenges you're going through, it looks like you have a pretty good outcome. You both just challenge each other, and you know, you guys are in alignment. You both still, you know, have hope for this connection. Sag, the 9 of Wands. You know, Libra kind of got this too. You know, it's just life's getting too difficult. It shouldn't be this difficult, right? And remember, a lot of this that I'm reading for you it seems like something you're holding internally. But you and another Sag, you know, you still got room to grow here. So I wouldn't give up just yet, but there's some kind of heavy energy here. Like you both kind of battling each other. And another 9 in your place. So 999 showing up for you. You and Sag, you know, you got to figure out what the battle, this ongoing thing is, and can we maybe that's where the resolution is coming in with the Justice card. Finally, Capricorn, 6 of Wands, showing up and showing up good, right? So it looks like they see you, they want to talk, they want to hang out, get together, want your attention. Aquarius, also loving being around you too. So the relationship is continuing to grow with an Aquarius. All right, there is some love there, and we have trust issues sometimes, but we work around it. We work on it, not around it. Work on it. Pisces, 2 of Pentacles, right? So you're still kind of, you know, seeing where things go. and making it happen. It's just about, if it's lacking consistency, that could be the problem, but maybe it's too soon to really figure things out. But if it's been going on for quite some time, it's still showing up as being inconsistent. All right, Sag, I love you. Capricorn, July 20th through the 26th. Let's see what's going on. Your oracle, and then we'll look at your energy, the challenge, love, and Aries, the Pisces, and the good stuff coming in this week. Universe, we are all just stardust, right? Ever look up at the sky and then just say to yourself, what are we worrying about? Look at how small we are compared to the whole entire universe. And yet we zoom in so tightly and we make all our problems huge. And not realizing, in the grand scale of things, we are just stardust. We have such a short time on this planet. And building our foundation, building our story, and what kind of story are we building while we're here? And grounding yourself and thinking about actually the beauty of all this that is given to us. And also, this is a reflection for me too. Like, looking back at all the problems that you may have endured in your life in the past and thinking that nothing was ever going to pass. And yet, somehow, things always worked out, things always happened, and they ended up not always being as big a deal as you thought they were. Now, I think it's like 80 or 90% of our worries never come true, but we spend nearly 80, 90% of our time, 100% of our time, worrying about the next thing that's coming, looking for security, looking for safety. And this, Mercury's actually stationed in direct in your relationship house. So this could even be about trying to build some sort of stability this week, or knowing where you're standing in your relationships and being able to build some sort of stability that feels more grounded, and just focusing on your life alone, your foundation. And everything else, with this energy, everything else is going to come at its own time. What is yours is meant to be yours, and will come in. Now, this also reminds me too, the universe is so enormous and so big, and what the universe holds is we don't even know. There's just so much information, so much stuff, so much going on around us. We only see and know what we know, and it's scary, and so we have to have control over every little thing that goes on in our world. But there's just so much we don't know, and opening up to the universe, and the star presence is coming through with this. Opening up to the universe, knowing that there's just so much out there and so much more to come in. So loosening your grip a little bit and trusting, especially this week, that there is more to come and more written for you. Your story is not over. So let's take a look at the energy for the week. And this can be, to me, ask the universe what it is that you need, that you want. And, not to look at how you expect it to turn out for you. Let the universe bring it to you. Let God bring it to you. And release your worries. That's the biggest thing. Our worries are not always as big as we think they are. It doesn't mean that some are not. Page of Pentacles here at the bottom of the deck. So we are looking at, cleaning something up, fixing something up, preparing for something maybe looks small now, but it could turn out to be very big, right? Things always start off, we never expect them to turn in a new direction. So I always say one step at a time with this. There's opportunities to make amends this week. There's opportunities to plan, a solid foundation here. Building something, and not building a mountain out of a molehill, not that, right? But just taking the next step towards what it is that you really want to create for yourself. Making those plans, and making that first goal, setting that first goal, And this could be opening up and trying to understand how to build with somebody. So maybe you and another person this week, you're building something. You're talking about what things could look like in the near future. For many of you, the Page of Pentacles, if you are, looking for a job, if you're single, if you're kind of on your own, this is doorways opening up for you. It's like keep working at what you're doing every day, where you're going, the things that you're adding to your life. And there are people around you, trustworthy people here that they see you, and it may seem like, just kind of casual at first, but people are just like, hey, but these are people that are interested in you and wanting to build something with you. This can be new prospects, somebody that shows up as a friend and then it ends up turning into something more. And it could be somebody, it's always bringing messages as well too this week, that it's a start, and it's like, what are we worried about in these conversations? If you finally get that talk, or even, Mercury retrograde brought back maybe somebody in your life, and now it's going direct. So now it's like, where are we going now? But we don't need to rush into everything. We don't have to plan or prepare for every single step of the way, and make room for the relationship just to grow on its own and getting to know each other. So taking the pressure off of worrying about where or when something is going to happen or where it is going, because the pressure you're adding to yourself is actually creating the suffering, not the situation itself. The situation is fine. We attach a feeling to it, and then we create a story about it, and then we make it a crisis. And so this is saying take a step back and just kind of slow down and work through these little things one step at a time. Your energy for the week is, look at this, a lot about moving forward and making plans. And sometimes the Three of Wands can feel like a waiting period too. It's like, why am I waiting for this? What are you waiting for? Every time you get something, you move the goalpost. You're wanting the next step, right? You're looking at the Four of Wands. So this is talking about partnerships and homes and the next big milestone in your life, and where are you going to live? Some of you could even be looking out, thinking about moving, and what home means to you, right? What are you building on? What are you trying to build, right? This is going back to, looking at the bigger picture here, and this is maybe expanding your mind to think about something bigger for you in your life, and where you're really headed, where you're really going, or are you just aimlessly building off of whatever lands on your front step instead of actually having a vision or actually creating something for your future? Now, this week is going to be a lot of movement here, especially if some of you have felt kind of overwhelmed or kind of stuck, or just kind of sitting at a crossroads. Like, I have to decide what I need, or what I need to do, or which direction, or which person, right? This shows that you're finally, the plan or the repair or whatever it is that you're trying to do is finally showing itself to you, and you guys can decide together where we're going this week. Now, your main challenge, if one, is the Five of Swords, all right? This is just trying to figure everything out, or not trusting every little thing that comes your way, or not being able to handle somebody's silence, or disagreements with people, because the timing's off, right? Or not knowing somebody's intention, or not trusting someone's intention. The thing about this card, the challenge is there's no such thing. Um, I don't want to say no such thing, because this is just what I believe. If after a certain point you're still really, really confused, then that's your answer to me. It's like, we should not be confused by this point about somebody else's intention, especially with the Three of Wands here. It's like we've had time, things have been in motion, things have been moving, right? And if you're still not trusting the situation, or having a hard time, or getting mixed signals, this is not where you're at. You're at this place where you're needing to build stability and wanting to move forward. Now, the other thing, though, too, with the Five of Swords is you could have this situation that seems to be unfolding perfectly, but your mind wants to get in the middle of it, and you want to question everything, or you want to fix everything, or control everything, or talk in circles about everything until you feel 100% secure and that you can trust. And so this is extra anxiety or worry, and a chance this week for you to break out of this cycle of worrying. Now, what to watch for in love? I see the King of Swords, all right? So we have Aquarius, Libra, Gemini here. They may show, I'm going to look at Aries and Pisces and we'll see what's going on. Now, this shows me two different things in love. Mixed messages, or not feeling understood, or not feeling seen, or feeling confused, or feeling lied to or deceived by somebody, especially with the King of Swords. Now, I say it can go two ways because sometimes this can be true. If a King of Swords, Five of Swords is really messing with your head and you're really confused about it, take it for face value here because they can be pretty cold, detached, and it's a yes or no, black and white. It's not, yeah, you don't need to read into this. You don't need to read into this. Cold is cold. Detached is detached. Not wanting to understand you, or not wanting to give you an answer is a King of Swords answer, right? That's it. And they can be stuck in their ways. But now in love too, some of you may be connected to somebody that you think is confusing you. Or, they have said their truth. They tell you their truth. They show up and they consistently show up for you. But there's something still that you don't trust, or you're not trusting it. You want to know more. You just feel like there's a miscommunication, or there's something off, or you're still not trusting their intention. And so that can be where you're getting in your own head, and discernment with the King of Swords. But the King of Swords in your love position is also showing the bigger picture. Where is this relationship really leading? Can you honestly take a look at your situation right now, and without just a fantasy land, because fantasy can take us to that step, but not show us how we can really practically get there. But can you see the steps? Are you taking the steps, the bigger picture with somebody in life? Because I'm saying this because you're showing up as ready to make plans and move forward and move in and commit. And if another person is not in that same place and they are not taking those steps or discussing things with you and showing you the action, the action is what's happening right now. Things are actually, we're making the plan, we're initiating, we're going forward. And if you're not, that's where the discrepancy comes in, where it doesn't have anything to do with feelings and it doesn't matter about feelings. It matters about what we're doing together and what we're building together. If we're not in alignment, we're not in alignment, right? And that's it. And sometimes too, it's being able to trust what they say first value, for face value, right? Not questioning everything, right? Not trying to read between the lines. Take their answers and with their actions as true. Now, in life in general, I see the Ten of Wands. Maybe some of you are just really tired of carrying the weight alone. All right. And it is really hard for you to trust and to give over control, right, with somebody. Now, this sounds like this could be what's happening. It's like a part of you might be, so afraid to really just let go of control and let somebody in, let somebody help you, that you're constantly questioning something or someone or a relationship that is unfolding nicely, but yet because your nervous system or you're physically exhausted is on overdrive, you need more proof, right? And you don't trust it. You want more proof. And sometimes building relationships, people try to give you the proof, but there's only so much you can do to ease somebody's stress or anxiety. So we do have to learn to, start slow or let down the guards here a little bit and build a healthy relationship naturally without needing somebody else to move faster for us so we feel safer. Now, the good stuff coming in for you is, look at the Star card again. In all due time, guys, you're not going to miss the spot. It's not what's meant to be yours is not going to miss you. All right. We are seeing here you've gone through a lot. You've gone through some changes you couldn't avoid. You've had disruptions in your life, disruptions in your relationships, and you're learning to build trust again, right? And not carry this with you, not carry this heavy worry with you. If somebody's emotionally unavailable and to the point where it's just extremely cold, ask yourself, what's the challenge in this? Why am I chasing this, right? If somebody is just being kind of discerning about a relationship, you know, this is where you ask, can I trust this? And, but can you trust yourself? Just go with it and see where it takes you, because it looks like something great is coming in for you. Now, this is also making plans for the future, right? Something that is going on in your life right now is looking really pretty. You are exactly where you're meant to be, right? And so for many of you, the Three of Wands is clearing up the confusion this week about how somebody sees you and where somebody wants to go in a relationship. Now, how others may show up. Eight of Wands. You may have a lot of people coming at you at once this week, right? Or a lot of stuff coming at you at once. But this is an awesome energy too, right? So it feels like people are excited to talk to you, want to be around you. They're coming to see you. It seems like you're drawing the attention. Lots of action, lots of movement. Maybe finally, this is where, if you're on the right place in a relationship, this is where we're getting to this, truth where we don't even really have to say anything, because people are just moving with you. People are even anxious about getting something going with you, right? So this is pressed for time. It's like somebody else in your life too is feeling like, I'm ready. I'm ready to move. So getting lots of action this week. Now, there's a lot of fire coming at you with other people too. So be mindful that some people may be really direct with you, and it can be very triggering. And some people, it's honesty, because especially in love, the King of Swords and the Eight of Wands is blunt truth. And sometimes it can sting, it can cut, because the King of Swords is like, this is my truth, and listen to the words and listen to how they land. But at the same time, that can be awesome, because if it's an I love you, it's like, man, that hit hard. This is true. He's not going to mess around with that. So I'm also seeing too a lot of people rushing around. And give me one second. Sorry, I was losing my voice on you. A lot of people rushing around this week, right? Mercury's going direct again. And so that means that, you know, traffic's going to start moving again. People are going to start moving again. Words are going to start moving again. You get a lot of fire and air energy right now. So there's a lot of action, right? So people might say things, or, you watch out for bumping into people, or people just throwing too much pressure on you, you know, and you have enough to carry in life, right? You can't carry other people's pressure. But maybe there are some people coming in to help this week with certain things that are going on in your life. So, take that for what that is. This could be good news coming your way too, about some sort of travel or actual taking action towards something, going and doing something physical with somebody, right? Your advice, Six of Pentacles. So this is giving and taking, giving and receiving, right? This is a balance in your life, where you not providing enough energy for yourself in certain areas, where you not putting effort in your life that you need to put effort into your life. This week, where do you need to find a balance when it comes to your energy? And this is about giving and receiving, so it can work both ways. Where have you been holding back? Where do you need to, maybe be of more service or more help, with a partnership or a situation? And where is somebody else? Because we always talk about other people here, and it looks like people here willing and saying, let's go. But this is for you to stay grounded and do unto others as others you'd have to do unto you, right? And that's kind of what that card says this week. So trying to keep things even and not getting overwhelmed with trying to do too much this week. Now, with Aries through Pisces, let's get into the love situation, because we are looking at, you feel like you're carrying the weight, you feel like a lot of pressure on you, around a person or a decision. Maybe you want more from this person, or you want things to become more stable, and steady. And maybe some of you are, it's just common, you know, in this on this channel. Some of you are dealing with people that you just never get a straight answer from, and you're always trying to figure out another way to say something, do something, just to get them to respond. And that's an old version of yourself that no longer fits anymore. It's not going to feel comfortable when you know you're texting somebody to get their attention and you just know you're going to get the same response. And it just starts to, it's at a point where it just starts to really disappoint you. And if it's still ruining your day, this is where you got to drop that situation. At least for the time being. I can't tell you what to do, but you know. Aries, 9 of Wands. So this week in Aries is kind of showing up tired and worn out from the situation or worn out from the situation in their life. And so they have very little room to breathe too as well. And so the two of you may be projecting or arguing or disagreeing because there's a lot of stress in your life, right? Or a lot of stress in the relationship. So the 8 of Wands, how other people are showing up, maybe it can be pulling it back a notch. We need to take a step back here, slow down, all right? Things are getting too hectic around here, too tight, right? So they're not giving up, but they do want to pull back. They do want things to get easier. Taurus, 6 of Cups. So you and Taurus here looks like you're building this perfect little picture. Memories, falling. The more you're around each other, the more comfortable it feels. You may have a reconciliation this week if you've had some conflict. But you guys are building this meaningful relationship. It seems it could be just a friendship to start. Gemini, conversation, you both have your hearts there. You both want to see where things go. So again, this is early stages. It does say take it slow, especially if you're feeling confused or this isn't early stage. It's like we're just rekindling, we're just resolving something, we're just back in each other's life, or we just met each other, right? 2 of Cups, and we feel really good. So maybe you're constantly worried or questioning whether or not they're really into you. What are their intentions? So if you don't know their intentions yet, we have the conversation, or if it doesn't feel right yet, we slow down in the 6 of Pentacles and we just watch for equal give and take. Is this person responding to me? And what's the energy between us? I know they like me. I know we're back together, whatever. But are taking it slow and only giving so much. Don't overgive because that's not going to fix the situation. Cancer, there's a double energy here, so there could be some truth coming to light with the Cancer, and you might be dealing with somebody who's emotionally unavailable and manipulative. All right, so bottom line, it doesn't mean that they have to be harsh manipulative. It doesn't. It could be, and it doesn't. It means it could be they're not interested, right? And they're just not being honest with you. They're lying about it, or they don't know what to say. So now, or they're just emotionally unavailable, and this is what you're dealing with. And some people are okay with that. Leo, 8 of Pentacles. Leo doing their thing, minding their business this week. Looks like they're just trying to get their shit together. You guys have a strong loyalty to one another or interest in one another. So this week, actually, you could be making plans even regardless, even if it feels like they're pulling away a little bit. This could be where you might be getting in your head about what's going on, but there's somebody who has maybe a lot going on in their own professional world. Virgo, Queen of Cups. So you and Virgo really talking about your feelings and deepening your connection. Right? There is definitely strong emotions there between the two of you. Now Libra, 8 of Swords. I mean, you've gotten the signs, you've seen the signs. You feel stuck, but you're not. You feel like you have no control, no feeling. I mean, you don't know what to do, but it's not true. You may be worrying about things unnecessary that you already know are the truth, and you're trying to figure out another way. You're trying to outwin your doubt, which sometimes with the 8 of Swords, your doubt is because you've seen it so many times and you know it. So this could be letting go of any kind of doubt you have with a Libra, because Libra is obviously doubting the connection or doubting the situation as well too, and hasn't been completely, um, honest maybe about the situation, maybe for some reason. Right, the 8 of Swords though is just a lot of negative energy. Um, Scorpio, Knight of Pentacles, right? So Scorpio is just moving slow, but Scorpio is like, if I'm here, I'm giving you attention, I'm showing up, and they move slow at first, but then they are in and they cling. So if they are moving slow this week, or you're making plans, or you start to see the are being more consistent with each other in your daily schedules, you may have your Scorpio more than you think. It's just they get very cautious when they start to meld, because Scorpios meld with their person, become, it's shared, other people. And so that's why they go slow. Sagittarius, the Emperor card. So Sag showing up with all the gear this week and ready to make a plan. You could be making a serious plan with the Sagittarius. Fire is coming through for you too, and Earth, it seems like. Capricorn, Four of Swords, you're being asked to rest, relax. I know, relax, right? Chill. Give your mind a mental break. You're overthinking about something that is wearing you out. And another Capricorn may be doing the same thing, and there's some space between the two of you. And sometimes the silence is what is building the truth and building the trust, and learning to either trust yourself or trust them or trust the situation. But right now, I can see that there is some space between the two of you, and maybe some healing going on. Aquarius, I'm seeing the Five of Cups. Not, there's some regret here, deep regret, remorse about something that's happened, but still kind of processing it. So this week, they could be processing grief in their life or grief with the situation and not ready to reconcile it or forgive. Pisces, Ace of Swords. So we're seeing some talk going on, a conversation. Maybe it's a hard conversation, but it's one that's necessary. Or maybe it's the first invitation. It's like, I want to talk to you. I want to see what's up, right? So communication with the Pisces. I love you guys. Aquarius, July 20th through July 26th. Let's get an oracle, an energy check, challenge. What's going on in love? Aries to Pisces with that, so I will do that for you. And the good stuff, let's see. Escapist, come home to yourself. All right, so 32, 5. 5 is wanting change. 5 is, it's time to break out of something. It's time to, face reality in some sense. So there's two ways this card, this advice for the week is. One is escapist. You're trying to avoid your problems, or you're hiding in your room, and it's funny, closing all the blinds, thinking that the world's not going to see you. Or I was watching a scary movie, and I don't like scary movies at all. And it was like they turned up the volume, and I was like, I used to do that as a kid. If I was babysitting or something, turn up the volume, like that's going to stop anybody from getting in the house, or it's going to stop any fear from getting to me, and this is what, if you're doing this, and this is an escapist thing, you are being asked to kind of, Pluto's in your sign here, and Leo and Jupiter and all this good stuff is opposing you right now. I mean, this is going to be where it's time to face reality. And come home to yourself, though, so again, coming home, remember who you are, what's got you so far gone, so lost that you're afraid to open the door and to try something new or do something different, right? Now, on the other side of things, if that's not you and you're like, Frankie, I got shit together, I'm out there doing things, I'm not trying to escape anything, I'm busy, I'm doing so much, this is where also it's time to go find that place, because the escaping is not a bad thing, but it's just not a place we want to get stuck in. So some of you may need to incorporate this and come back home to yourself. Go back into your quiet place so you can think about something new. Maybe there's something trying to come into your mind, something that you're trying to create, something that you really want, something that you're trying to figure out. But you are used to it just happening naturally, but it's on the back burner. There might be other things that you've been avoiding that you don't even remember, and you give yourself a little time out like this. You remember the things that are really important to you. You remember something you wrote down a year ago. You can check your journals and things like that, and just make sure, check in with yourself, make sure you are in alignment with what you set off to do. Now let's see this week. What's going on with the energy. All right, Aquarius. All right, you were showing up right at the front door here. King of Swords, right? And also could be somebody else, King of Swords, right? Aquarius, Libra, Gemini is showing up at your front door too. And so this could be somebody asking to come home, come in, talk. Let's see what's going on. Maybe, coming home is a big theme for you right now, and feeling like yourself again, the King of Swords. So if some of you haven't been feeling like yourself, this could be an invitation for you to give yourself a moment to really write down some new plans, and to figure out what is the things that you used to want to do, what are the things that you really want, and so forth. Now the energy of the week can be picking up pace. You have the Eight of Wands here, and so that can be good or feel like a lot of pressure for you. A lot of things coming at you all at once, and the pressure's on, and sometimes we shut down when the pressure gets on. So a lot of people could be on your case, on your back, employees, people, friends, relationships, communication. Everybody needs something from you. The number five can be constant conflict with, seems like everybody disagreeing, all this banter, all this, people can fix things, people giving you advice. You may be complaining about some problems you have and people trying to help or fix. And, maybe everybody's being genuine and trying to help, right? Or you're always doing that with everybody else. But this is why you're coming home to yourself here and trying to figure out what the hell's going on. Where's all this pressure coming from? What are you in a rush for? What are you putting all this pressure on for? Is this something that is part of your path? Right? So lots of energy, lots of feeling rushed. So this week you could feel rushed about things too. If you have been avoiding something, something may land that you have to take care of, that you have been, and then you could be angry and mad, and then all of a sudden, or you could just, like I said, shut down because you waited, to get something done, and now you're running out of time. Not a bad thing. It's something that happens to us often, but for some reason this week you're being asked to really be mindful of that, not procrastinating either, too, or not trying to do everything at once as well. Giving yourself a little bit of a rest, especially if this is exciting stuff. A lot will pick, you can't do everything at once, but maybe some of you can. Your biggest challenge, Page of Wands, impulsivity. All right, so as a challenge, this can be a lack of action, feeling stuck, feeling uninspired, feeling restless, reckless, inattention, ADHD, could even be this too, restless in your body more, all this energy, and not sure what to do. So with this energy here, you could have a lot of busyness going on and not getting anything done. And you may get distracted easy and escape into things that are, oh, fun, look at these butterflies, when you have a huge project due the next morning, but you'd rather stare at the birds and butterflies, right? So there is burnout here too, and just feeling unenthused or overwhelmed. So if you are doing too much, this is where this could get to you this week too. Like, you gotta slow down. This can be impulsivity, so much coming at you at once that you end up buying things, doing things, and saying things, that you really don't mean or didn't want, or you end up signing up for something and realizing that there was hidden fees, stuff like that, right? And you're just so exhausted you don't care. So you lose yourself, and especially if you're in a rush here, you may be like impulsivity, impulsive texting, impulsive buying, anger. This can be irrational anger too, but in a more childlike way. It's like your inner child comes back out to play, right? And we all have it. So let's see in love, because this could affect also in love. And I'm seeing the King of Wands, all right? So no, it looks like love stands alone here. It looks like there is a person, a fire energy. You have a couple people showing up, right? But look at this. Look at this. You got Aquarius and you got Leo, and that's exactly what I just said. And you got Jupiter in Leo, like I said, and the South Node next week is going into Leo, and the North Node is going into Aquarius, and Pluto's there. So if there's reality that you have not been facing, that, you know, Pluto wants to make change, Pluto wants to enhance your life, Pluto wants to transform you, and you're in the spotlight. You're in the spotlight right now. Where's this relationship going? There could be a beautiful fire energy coming your way too. Some of you may be forgetting who you are or not opening up. You know, sometimes you can seem very detached. And maybe people see you as somebody who's rushing around. Somebody obviously thinks you're adorable. Um, you know, maybe they're older than you, a little bit more stable. But if you're reckless and running around and busybody, or you're escaping reality, you're escaping your opportunities with love too. Because the King of Wands is, it's going to be hard to keep up also with this kind of energy if you're um, you know, all over the place. But at the same time though, what I do like about this is the King of Wands can be very understanding and actually be very drawn to this energy too, but probably want to see you take action on some of the things that maybe you are avoiding, because it does look like somebody in your love life really does see you as maybe needing to use your full potential. Now, in life, I'm seeing Nine of Pentacles. All right, so life is about right now financial freedom and independency and stepping up and taking care of business. Now, some of you could be very professional and be very independent. You have so much going on, and that could be bleeding over into your love life. Because if the challenge is the Page of Wands, your person may be feeling like you're being impulsive or reactive, or just not having fun. It could be simply that. It could be just like you don't have time for fun. You're always under a lot of pressure. You know, and you've got somebody here showing up that's really grounded and trying to get, you know, they have their King of Wands has their shit together. And this could be a very good person in your life too, by the way. So there's no judgment here. There's no heavy judgment. I'm just seeing a dynamic and a difference, right? And you could be in life just so overwhelmed and so independent that the spunk, the sex, the joy, the love, the fun, the flirty, the playfulness, you have no time for it. No time. And so we're going to look at Aries and Pisces. It looks like Aries, fire energy is really coming strong for you in air. And that's a real lot of energy right now, too, for you. So this is good energy working for you, helping you feel more inspired and to step up, right? You know, because maybe you have a lot of things coming at you that really aren't even necessary. They're trying to push you out of a timeline. The good stuff coming in, I see a person, Queen of Pentacles, somebody here around your resources, work, home life, family, maybe, or just business and career, somebody offering some assistance. All right, so relationships could be becoming more stable, and somebody here offering assistance to help you out in that way. This could be a new friend too, that's just partnering up with you, or you know, somebody here that influences you, a new teacher, a new mentor, somebody who sees your hard work. It could be a new job coming your way too, and work, right? Feeling more grounded. Now, it could also be the good stuff this week is just you feeling a lot more comfortable in your skin, but also wanting to spend some money and do some things that feel good for you and feel and make you feel like you're, you know, glowing up in some way. Like maybe you're redoing how you feel about yourself. So maybe you are taking a step back and you're wanting to change something about yourself. Now, this is also this energy here though too. It's taking a step back from responsibilities if you are overwhelmed, but also remember not to overspend or splurge because this energy is kind of behind you. But I can see that maybe buying something this week or something good coming in with when it comes to abundance and money, something about a job. How other people are showing up for you, the Star card, they see a lot of, they see a future with you. All right, they see a lot of hope for you. They see possibilities. They see growth. They see how much you're growing, how much you've grown. People really in alignment with you this week. And so this is where, if you're not seeing it, it could be because your energy is the one that is what I explained here in the beginning. but people here really see you. You stand out, and it looks like people really come into your help if you want it, right? Or they're just supportive of you and they really admire you. So good energy when it comes to other people in your life. Now, your advice, the Seven of Wands, you got to take some things off your back. You got to push back, a little bit, and you know, be less defensive, right? Because you may be under so much pressure that you got to take a step back. You can see the eight and then the seven here. And the boundaries comes with your own discipline. I know I need to do this, and I got to follow through. Boundaries come with, I got to push, tell people no, and I got to stick through with it. And boundaries also, I got to get myself up out of bed and I got to go do this. Now, with Aries through Pisces, let's get into love. We are seeing here very funny energy, very fun energy. Either you don't have time for fun and somebody's saying, come on, I want to get together with you. I want you to lighten up and take some of that pressure off you, right? Let's chill. But you're very independent, so you may not, want to slow down. But sometimes that may not, that can affect a relationship long term. It might not affect it right now, but it does affect it eventually. But somebody sees you, wants you, loves your playfulness, and may want to see that fun side of you again. And let's see how it plays out with Aries and Pisces. And this could be a new person also. So for some of you that are single, I would say watch these cards because this could be somebody here that's trying to get your attention, but you're not seeing them. Aries, I have the Six of Pentacles. So Aries could be showing up for you a lot more this week, put it in effort. Notice their actions. All right, you have Aries, like I said, fire in your reading, so it looks like they really care about you or something you've said, and they really want to help. So they may be more helpful for you. Taurus, the same thing, Knight of Pentacles. It looks like Taurus always there kind of wanting to help and they go at their own pace and it's something you gotta learn about each zodiac sign. It has their main qualities. They don't show up all the time, but they seem to show up when we don't want them to. But the Knight of Pentacles is somebody that's consistent. So you may see a lot more consistency with your Taurus. Gemini, Ten of Pentacles. Right? So you could be making some plans regarding your future with a Gemini this week. Um, let's get together. It looks like they are trying to and possibly do see a future with you. Air and fire. Cancer, Knight of Cups. So Cancer's got feelings for you. So this week you may notice that they're being a lot more vulnerable with you or more expressive with you. You could go on a date with a Cancer. Leo, I see Two of Cups talking things out or just really feeling each other's vibe. It may be too soon to figure out too much, but this is where we can get in our head and ruin the moment, right? So it does look like we could be reconciling or just deepening our conversations, just seems to be getting deeper. Virgo, Six of Swords, you and Virgo kind of going somewhere. You might be just taking a break from everything and deciding to escape and go out on your own and see where the day takes you both. Libra, Nine of Wands, right? So there's a lot of energy here with the Libra. It's been tough. They're stressed. They may be feeling the pressure. And this is where all this fire's coming through here with the page. And, maybe things have just been getting too tough. So it could feel like you got to watch out with the eight and the seven and the Nine of Wands because Libra's at a nine, which is saying things are getting really heated, so you may want to pull back a little bit and release some of the pressure. Because if we push it too much further, we're going to hit a wall or things could crack, right? So gauge the energy there, all right? Not pushing things too far. Scorpio, Eight of Cups. Scorpio, maybe going their own way. Yes, they have feelings, but it's they want to be by themselves. They want to see. They want to figure themselves out. So you could be going your own ways with the Scorpio. Sag, Seven of Swords. Focus on what they're saying this week. Make sure they're being 100% clear and honest. There is some deception there. Maybe they're just not being 100% authentic. It could be something small, a little, not sure where I feel, or I'm saying I'm going to do something, but I'm not sure if I really want to. You know, things like that. Or it can be very deceptive, like, you know, they're lying to you. Um, so be mindful of that. Capricorn, the judgment card. There could be some forgiveness this week, talking things out and deciding about the relationship, whether we should move forward or not. Aquarius, Queen of Swords. So Aquarius, you got a Queen of Swords here, and you got a King of Swords showing up in your reading. So let's keep it light and talk about the future. You and another Aquarius, and you might feel like you see eye to eye. You have that star card, remember? So the star card is showing here that you guys really are in alignment, and communication could go very well. And Pisces, King of Cups. So Pisces in their fields, showing up in a great energy. Pisces could also be a new Pisces coming into your life. Whenever I see a lot of kings and queens in a reading, it does show me that you've got some major players this week that that could be very important to your life long term, especially with the star card in creating your future. I love you guys. Hello, Pisces. July 20th through the 26th. Let's get an oracle, the energy, the main challenge, what to watch for in love, Aries to Pisces, and the good stuff coming in. So let's get started. Sword, make the change. Oh, I love this card. I haven't seen this card in a long time. Look at number 7. All right. And sevens can be frustrating because it's just, you get in this rut, you get in this stuck place, and you know you want more, or you know you want something to change, and you just, if you're in a situation where you're waiting for somebody else to change, you know, you can't, you got, the only thing you have control over is yourself. But this is major. This says, I need to get past this block and I need to do something different. So sometimes we do have to do something drastic and really cut something out. You know, cut that sugar out, cut that temptation out, cut that, you know, that unhealthy habit out, that person out, that, you know, something that we're attached to. Sometimes it can be really difficult. It can be, we have a bunch of stuff that we just don't do anything with, and it just sits there. But remember, when we go, we leave it all behind for everybody else to clean up and take care of. So it's like, make that change. Stuff is just stuff. And even if it's about you, your body, your image, because you can see she's looking in the mirror here, you know, this is, or your attitude, right? We all have this, we look in the mirror and we think, I got a great attitude, do we? Right? So it could be, you know, something that you know, though. Don't go picking yourself apart. This isn't what this card's about. But it's something that really has been weighing on you. And this is the week where it's like, you know what? What am I waiting for? I'm not going to sit here and tolerate this anymore. Especially if it is other people that you're tolerating stuff with. You know, it's make the change. Don't wait for them to make the change. They're not going to do it. All right? Or they will on their time. And you're going to be waiting forever. So let's see. You got the sword here. Now let's see the energy for the week for Pisces. Three of Pentacles. Resources, help, financial advising, getting together with people, work, you know, collaborating with others, and seeking the help and the advice from others that you need, right? So make the change. Ask for the help. Ask for the support. You know, this can be something as deep as, you know, if you've got to change an addiction, you go to counseling. If you have to change a relationship habit, counseling. If you need financial help, financial advising. You need accounting, taxes, things like that. You need friends, support, joining communities where you can find those people, making that change, go into that gym, go into that knitting class. I don't care what it is, but it's getting up and going and doing it and collaborating with others. So it does feel like being around the right people and being supported by the right people and making connections with the right people this week. The energy for you also, the Eight of Wands, right? So Aquarius says we've got this too. And it's like a lot's coming at you at once. I mean, the pressure is there. It's like the boiling point here. And it's time. It's like maybe some of you are feeling so much pressure because you think something's going to change or something's going to happen. and you are avoiding, it could be like a tower for some of you. You're avoiding an inevitable change, right? And the pressure is getting on you. And this is where take control before it happens, anyways, type of energy. Now, there could be a lot of people trying to come your way this week too, and putting pressure on you. And this is where you're like, I don't need the pressure from others, so it can go both ways. Lots of communication and lots of truth telling. So people may be saying things, or you may be saying things, that need to change, that, and people are just like harping on it about it with you, or you're harping on it with others. Remember, everything can be kind of reversed too if you need it to be. All right. So the Eight of Swords, though, is showing this movement. Like, this is a week where we can get the answers. This is a week where we can make it happen. This can get very exciting. And when you cut some of that dead weight and you take the pressure off yourself, all of a sudden things start to flow nicely. So you do have some good news coming in this week too. This could be something that you've been waiting, something that's been in the kind of background working, and all of a sudden now you're ready to go. So it looks like you could be cleaning up, getting that news, and getting ready to go do something that you've been waiting on, and now it's time. Your biggest challenge, the Page of Wands for you too. So I mean, these, I take a break between each one and I shuffle the shit out of the cards. And Aquarius is coming up with the same too. So it can be um, lack of action, worn out. You put too much pressure on yourself to be perfect, going out, right? Excuses, the pressure. I gotta do something, but well, I'll make an excuse to do this, or and then sometimes under too much pressure, you may do something reckless or impulsive, right? Or just feel like you're gonna shut down. And so this is a week where it's not about shutting down; it's about being extroverted and getting out there and having fun and doing something different, and no more excuses. So in love, though, let's see how all this is playing out, because this is wild that's coming out twice. Love seems to be kind of distant and cold for you. It seems like somebody either is a long distance or at um, a distance from you, or ghosting you. Somebody ghosted you, so maybe you'll figure out, because the Eight of Wands tells me there could be somebody that comes back around and you figure out what happened. Doesn't guarantee that it's going to do anything different, but maybe you're constantly being ghosted, right? And or just maybe you've been single for a long time and you don't know what's going on. You just don't know what to do. This is where making the change, doing something radically different, and being playful, and finding that fun, finding that joy, going out there and getting excited with other people. And this could be where it's joining groups of people or community with other people. But maybe it's been a while since you really felt close to somebody, or you feel your relationship's kind of distancing from you, and you feel like you're getting older. Well, all you can do is make that change, right? So let's see life in general. I see Four of Wands. Seems like you have good family, good roots. You love being home. You love the people around you, and it seems like there could be some good moments this week where you're feeling a lot of pressure, maybe even from home or family or groups, or you're getting together and there's a reunion too. Could be birthdays coming in this week. This could be celebrations, getting along. So in what I'm getting here, Pisces, is everything looks really, really good. But when it comes to love, it looks like you put a lot of pressure on yourself to either have a perfect image, or whatever it is that is bothering you. This is where it's saying, if it's bothering you that much, do something about it. But the challenge for you is the lack of enthusiasm, the lack of get up and go, or you wait till the last minute and then you finally do something about it, and it's rushed, or things are rushed, or things aren't completely thought through. It can be very distracted energy, or some of you are very distractible, and it's hard for you to stay focused on making certain changes that you want to make. But in life, though, it looks like we'll go back to that. There could be a big blessing. So your daily life this week could be a big work win. It could be a home win, or family win. Hearing some good news, celebrating some big thing in life. So let's hope for the best there. Now, any other good news coming in? I see the Empress card. So this is you're beautiful, magnetic, and people love being around you. And maybe you're not. Maybe this week you're realizing that you have more to offer, that you are beautiful. Maybe you are um, working on your your outer look, your body, right, and your appearance, but realizing that something is growing behind the scenes for you could be manifesting this week. This brings in money, love, trust, um, good food, good times. Your mom, or motherly energy, finding out that you're pregnant or birth of something creative, because this could also be feeling inspired to do something very creative this week. And you see mother and child too energy, so something good around that as well. There could be an announcement, a birth announcement. Now, the Empress card is abundance. So, the good news is this week that things are taking form, and you can see that here. But there's quietness here, or you're missing something here. So, we will look at love in a second. How others are showing up for you, very strong and supportive, and they admire you, right? So there is this support around you and strength from the connections that you have this week and the resources. Other people can also have a lot of pride and ego though too, and this is where sometimes we're being pressured by some things people say, and but it doesn't seem like it's coming from a hurtful place. So if somebody says something to you this week, it's coming from the heart, and sometimes it comes out rough with the strength card. Somebody, holds back because they feel like they don't say things the right way, but then they do, and it always comes across really strong. And that could be people are being very bold with you this week about certain things, and but it's coming from a place of love. And if you are getting communication from people, just know that it took them courage to say something or get something off their chest. Taurus, Libra, Leo energy, and Virgo energy is showing up for you. Your advice: make that change, get going, just take the next step. That's what I got. You got to take that next step. Now, Aries through Pisces. What's going on here? Who's ghosting you? Who's at a distance? Who do you feel like you've been holding on to for quite some time and you're growing a beard waiting for somebody? All right, Aries, Six of Cups. You and Aries are, just very fond of each other, very connected to each other, right? So it looks like you and Aries here play date this week, or admiring each other, or just reaching out to one another, just wanting to talk to each other and love forming. Or, even if you guys are at a distance, nothing's ever going to change the past. You guys shared a wonderful past. And even if there's a lot of time between you, it's showing me that an Aries still really cares about you and he still loves you as if it was yesterday. Taurus, Five of Pentacles, they're just seeing the problems. They see it as complicated. They see the situation as, I don't see a way out of this. I don't see a way to solve the problem right now. Now, it could be their lack mindset, but it looks like they are troubled by it and they are on their own. They want to do things or feel like they're on their own. So they're not really letting you in right now. And that's where I'm getting that distance, kind of cold shoulder from the Taurus. Gemini, the Temperance card. So things working nicely. Maybe it doesn't seem like it, but the Temperance card is like you just gotta let things be. You guys are on each other's path, and you guys will cross paths, and you guys will maybe eventually get together, or things will balance itself out. But there's something that you're missing, or there's something else that needs to happen right now. And in the meantime, we gotta focus on other areas or what's going on, and just let things be chill. Now, if things are going good with you and a Gemini, just let things alone. Let it be. It's unfolding nicely. Cancer, Six of Wands. So Cancer, you could be finally getting that answer that you're looking for. They want your attention. Hello. So if they did ghost you or it's been distant, they do like your attention, but there is something superficial about this as well too. They like your attention and they like to keep it superficial, but um, and it could be an online thing, right? So they could be checking in with you online. Leo, the Emperor card. So Leo, big boss here. Looks like Leo, really interested in you. So you could be making some plans here with the Leo, it's just one step at a time. So whatever's bothering you, and if it's really about you or yourself, that's where you make the change, because it looks like they're showing up, but there could be something that is weighing on you that is creating some insecurity about the situation. And this is about stepping up yourself, right? Because they're ready. Virgo, Eight of Pentacles, right? Virgo and you, strong bond here. If they seem a little bit distant for some of you, they're focused on their job, they're focused on their career, right? And so they are maybe not interested right now in connecting, or they don't have the time, right, with that energy. But if you guys are connected, this is a Virgo that is very focused right now on their career, and they're very committed and loyal to you. So you guys are making it work one way or another. But the ghosting part too, though, that part, if your Virgo really ghosted you, it's like they got other things they're doing when it comes to their career. Libra, I am seeing things are not turning out the way you want them to. Ghosting, they're not wanting this right now. They're just really distancing themselves right now. All right. Scorpio, same thing. The Hanged Man. It seems like silence. They just go in their own way, pulling away. You guys just don't share the same viewpoints, and it gets to the point where it's just like, I don't know what to do, so let's just let it be. Nothing's changing. Let's move on. So there could be some silence, or they're just not ready to make anything change yet. Sagittarius, the Tower card, right? So it looks like something going on behind the scenes with the Sagittarius. They could be going through a life change or unavoidable trauma, crisis that's going on in their life. That's why they're distant, long distance. Maybe there's a move going on, or they had to move, and that's what's creating the distance. But whatever's going on with the Sagittarius, it's unavoidable right now. So if they are quiet, that's why. Capricorn looking good. Capricorn's like hello. They could be showing up. If you're trying to get with Capricorn, and you're struggling with them, or you feel like they're distant, it could be that you're projecting some of your fears onto it, because they look like they really can see this going somewhere, and they really connected to you. Aquarius, slow and steady. Right? They're interested too. They may really want to start melding schedules with you. They have a tight schedule and they want you to be a part of it, but you guys have enough in common. This could be we're making some changes too, both of you making some changes to your daily routine that allow you guys to enjoy each other's company more, or share more time together. Pisces, Two of Swords, right? So you're really, this week, if you know what the problem is, you got to do it. You got to make the change. Right? You got to make the decision to go. If you're constantly uncertain or confused, it could be you talking yourself out of the situation. It could be you not feeling comfortable in your own skin about something. But I am seeing both you and another Pisces both kind of reflecting back to each other this confusion, not sure, not really sure if you're 100% wanting this, or even though your hearts might be in it, logically it might not make sense right now. I love you guys. Have a great week. Take care.